Okay. Let's put that there. Good morning, good morning, good morning. Let me go ahead and send out the Discord pings real quick. Pixie time, pixie time, pixie time, pixie time, pixie time. It's pixie time. Hi, Saint. How's it going? How are you doing today? Okay. Let me go ahead and get that open. Hope you guys are all doing well this weekend. Yeah, no, with what you were saying in chat earlier, we can't skip the intro. Okay, hi, Jeppo. With what I was saying earlier, that's just kind of how YouTube does streams. For example, if you usually if you go to my like YouTube page at the top, there's like a section for like upcoming streams, so you'll be able to see them all there, and then it'll like recommend you streams if they're upcoming. So yeah, that's just kind of how YouTube does things with its streams. Let me see here. I'm gonna do this challenge in P3 too. Eventually. I think I'll probably work my way back to Persona 3 Fez. The next one I'm gonna do this with is probably I'm gonna do an MC only run, so a quote-unquote Pixie only run of Metaphor, because you know you have the like Navigator Pixie lady, so it should be fun. I'll probably do that like later this year. I'm probably not gonna do a version of this with P3 for a little bit because I'm playing P3 off stream. I don't want to have to play P3 on and off stream, no matter what version of P3 it is. But yeah, I'll probably work backwards. Cool, I'm glad you enjoyed the P5 video. Yeah, I was hoping that would do okay, or it'd be good. I think it was fine. I think there are things that could have been better about it. But like, you know, it's one of those things, you keep working on it forever. It could always make it a little bit better, probably, but... playing Soul Hackers 1 fusing demons is infuriating. Yeah, I kind of felt like that with SMT4, actually, ironically. Because it felt like there wasn't a lot of good ways to, like, move skills around. And so skill fusion was... it had been a minute since I'd played a game where skill fusion was, like, so annoying. Like, there were no skill cards or anything, so you're just constantly, like, okay, gotta fuse this skill all the way up, all the way down, you know, like... Alright, spend 20 minutes just trying to figure out a line to get a single skill on a demon. Oh, shoot, fusion accident. Alright, well. But yeah, no. Hope you guys enjoy that P5 video. Like I said, I think I did pretty good. Some parts could be better. I'm pretty happy with how it turned out overall. Pretty happy with the length and everything, too. Managed to condense a whole, you know, P5 playthrough into about an hour, so it's probably about right. Yeah, I don't know if you can hear it in my voice, but I am still a little sick. I'm still a little congested in like the sinuses and stuff. So what happened was Wednesday I woke up and I was like, oh, my throat's all sore. I've been like, well, I got work today. So I went and I worked, you know, shouting and whatever. And then I got up on Thursday. I was like, oh, my voice is practically gone. Oh gosh. Oh, it hurts to swallow. And so that's why there wasn't a stream on Thursday. So I just worked on the video. So thanks to that, though, I was able to like do another pass on the video before it went out on Friday and do like another quality control pass. Just watch through everything, make sure the audio levels were all good, cut out a few things, change a few things here and there. So make a little video a little bit better. So that was good. That was good. So, you know, sorry about not streaming Yakuza again on Thursday, but that's what happened there. I saw him in comment which said that there are two gods. One is a god for one is a god for shadows. I don't know much about it. What's that all about? Oh, they're probably referring to Persona 1 and 2. So in Persona 1 and 2, there's like representations of like the shadows and representation of humanity. You know the like butterfly that's in like P3 that like kind of shows up, the blue butterfly? It's supposed to be a representation of, oh, what's the dude's name? Oh, I'm blanking on the name. Lorenzo, do you remember what the name was of the dude we punch in P2? Oh, I'm trying to think of it. But anyway, there was like a representation of like... Yeah, Philemon. Yeah. So, well, in P5, it was actually Lavenza. P5, it's actually Lavenza there. I know, it's a little confusing. But Philemon originally showed up in P1 through P4 as like... Or P3, I guess I should say. As like a character. He wears like... His human form is like a guy with a ponytail wearing a butterfly mask. That's probably part of the reason why he's like depicted as a blue butterfly at times. But he's like an important part of the plot in P1 and P2. And especially with P2, the whole events of P2 are caused by basically a bet, I think it was, between him and like, you know, basically the equivalent for him of Shadows. So basically, if you don't know, like, Persona in general is based off the concept of, like, I think Carl Jung, and talking about, you know, shadows and everything. So the idea that everybody, like, has a shadow version of themselves, kind of like here in P4, where you have, like, a part of yourself, like, that's the worst parts of yourself, but only by accepting it and, like, acknowledging it can you, like, grow stronger and overcome it, right? And that's like very literal as well in P1 and P2, especially where there's like shadow versions of like the main characters. I need to play the. Gonna run through all the cutscenes or keep some? I think we're gonna watch. I think all the animated cutscenes. I know Jeppo really wants me to watch the intro, and we definitely will. Okay, cool. Hope you enjoy it. But I am going to spam through some of the dialogue here today, I think, at the start of the game. Just because, like, the intro to P4 is pretty long. There are some things I want to see. So, specifically, you know, Chie has a different voice actress, and I think Chatty has a different voice actor than Persona 4 Golden. There might be some others, but that'll be interesting to hear some of their dialogue. Rock and roll! How's it going, Moon? But yeah, we're gonna try and spam through some of P4's intro, because P4's intro is kind of long, not gonna lie. So it'd be nice if we could at least, you know, get to Yukiko's castle and hopefully start hanging out with people tomorrow and stuff. That said, let me start getting the game opened up and we'll hop into it. No point in dilly-dallying too much, right? Yeah, I know what you meant. I got you. But yes, this is the layout. It's very nice. It's all right. It's pretty good. I'm pretty happy with how it turned out. Could be better. Oh, my bad. Hold up. One sec. I gotta fix something on my end. Let me relaunch this real quick. Audio wasn't coming out properly. My bad. Okay, here we go. I looked at P4 gameplay, noticed that P3 and P4 are very similar gameplay-wise. What's that about? Basically, they're made in the same engine. I mean, P4 was made, like, a couple years after P3 Fez, right? And they retain a lot of the same DNA as, like, games. Hold on. Let me shut up and let the intro play a minute. So much information. Come on. get your feet. Yeah. Let me turn down the game a little bit. It was fine for the intro, but I think that's going to be a bit too loud. Let me turn it down to about, I think, here. And you guys can let me know how that sounds. Okay. Yes, that is true, yeah. There is, like, a lot of, like, placeholder images, from P3 as well for P4. I do like the animated openings, not golden openings. Are you asking about the anime? I haven't watched the P4 anime. I should probably watch the Persona animes. The only one I've watched is I watched the P3 movie with people in Discord one time after I beat P3 Fez for the first time. But yeah, P4 was really a game that kind of saved Atlas in a lot of ways because, like, they were not doing well financially at the time of its creation. So the fact that it did so well was very beneficial. It's probably part of the reason why they've invested so heavily into Persona, because they were like, all right, this is making money, make Persona 5, gosh darn it, make it. And they did, and it sold super well. And so it basically kind of saved the company from financial ruin at the time. So it's not super surprising that they kind of doubled down on Persona, so. P3R or this? Sorry, what's the question, Moon? On what level are we differentiating these two? Are, like, which one I like more, or what's the difference in anime of Persona and games? I'm asking about the, like, animated series. There's, like, an animated TV show for Persona 4, and there's also a version for Persona 4 Golden, and I think P5. Are you asking which I like more, P3R, P4? I think I like, we'll go ahead and do expert, that's fine. Let me think. Well, I like P3 quite a bit. I think P4, I like the setting of it the most. That's why I'm really interested to see what it'll look like when they do the remaster, right? Yep, alright, lock it in. We'll do expert, that's fine. Looking at it, Persona 5 had very heavy development with new Persona gameplay changing over. Very good compared to 3 and 4. Yeah, well, 3 and 4 were both on the same system. P5 was on the PS3, so it was a whole extra generation ahead compared to P3 and P4. And there was a very quick turnaround time between P3 and P4, because like I said, they were in kind of bad financial state at the time, so they needed to get something out. And Persona had done pretty well. Persona 3 had done pretty well, so they were like, all right, gotta make Persona 4, quick, get it out the door, get it up the door. And they did, and it sold even better, so they're like, all right, P5, here we come. So, I mean, with the amount of, like, re-releases that P5 has had, and, like, spin-off games, if you count spin-off games and re-releases, it's probably approaching, like, Skyrim levels of milking. Speaking of, have you guys tried the Oblivion remaster? I haven't even seen anything about it. I haven't touched it. I've never played the original Oblivion, so, or any of the Elder Scrolls games, but I did hear it came out. I was surprised that, like, they just shadow dropped. I figured there'd be some build up to it. I guess that space game really didn't do too well for them, huh? No, I planned this out, like, months ahead of time, Jason. I honestly thought that P4 remake would probably come out after P6, but I guess not. I mean, it looks like P4 Remake will probably come out before P6 because of them updating like the trademark for it and creating a domain that's like P4R or whatever recently. So it looks like they're planning on doing that remake here pretty soon.
Welcome to the Velvet Room.
But I didn't want to do P4 Golden because I thought it would be too easy with Pixie only. Because of how shuffle time works in that game, it's really easy to get a bunch of stats and upgrade skills on one persona.
We have a guest with an intriguing destiny.
In fact, it's to the point where I think that it's kind of a failing of P4 Golden, where it makes it too easy to take one persona through all the way through the game. So I'd have to like, basically, if I was gonna do P4 Golden and have it have any sort of like interesting like challenge, I'd have to do Pixie only, no party members, no social links, just Pixie for Persona 4 Golden. And that didn't sound fun. And it's an excuse to play the original Persona 4 as well. The other reason why is because I'm currently playing P3 Fez off stream, and I don't want to do I don't want to play two versions of Persona 3 at the same time. So
My name is
Okay.
Igor. I am
Gotcha.
delighted to make your acquaintance.
That's cool. That's cool.
This place exists between dream and reality, mind and matter. It is a room that only those who are bound by a contract may enter.
Ah, yes, the contract. A thing in P3 and P4, and not really a thing in P5.
It may be that such a fate awaits you in the near future. Now then, why don't you introduce yourself?
Interesting. Is it one of those like real-time based ones, or like, I don't know, what are they called, like active battle systems or whatever, where you have like the little bar? Right. There is a patch to render this in widescreen, by the way, but it does cause some issues. Or sorry, I should say in 16:9. I think that is widescreen, isn't it? Whatever. There's a way to make this like fill up the screen, but you have P4 Golden for that, and it kind of like stretches some things out and kind of warps some of the image. So Expedition 33 is really good. That's good to hear. That's good to hear. That's the like one Western RPG that I've been interested that came out lately.
Now, let's take a look into your future, shall we?
It does look pretty interesting. Yeah. You can kind of tell with the art design. It's Western still. It's made in France.
Fortune telling?
What? No, I mean like, sorry, I mean Western as in made by a Western development company, not made by an Eastern one. It's not a Japanese, Korean, or like Chinese like RPG, okay? That's what I mean by that. It's like a Western style RPG. That's fair. Yeah, Fallout 4 and Skyrim are both kind of janky. Some people really like that about them. I think most people just really like the mod scene for them. They're kind of unstable messes, but they're like fun to mess around with. We doing all social links? We'll get to that. I have to explain something later.
Each reading is done with the same cards, yet the result is always different.
Once I have time to like just talk over the game, I'll talk about the rules, and and doing the social link thing will be part of my explanation of the rules for the challenge. So
Life itself follows the same principles, doesn't it? The
Yeah.
tower in the upright position represents the
Well, I mean,
immediate
it was the
future.
same thing for Persona
It
5,
seems a
right? Like, give your
terrible
starter Persona for, like, the
catastrophe
first
is
couple
imminent.
battles. But you can get Pixie as soon as the first, like, shuffle time tutorial, so...
The card indicating
Might
the
have
future
to control,
beyond that is
might have to save so I make sure I get her the first time, but...
the moon in the upright position.
I forgot that he does this tarot reading for you at the start of the
This
game.
card represents a hesitation.
Yeah, it's a magician. So Yusuke.
Very interesting indeed. It seems you will encounter a misfortune at your destination, and a great mystery
Okay.
will be imposed upon you.
Yeah, you, SP is pretty,
In the coming days, you
management
will enter
heavy at the
into a
start of the game.
contract of some sort, after which you will return here. The coming years
Yeah, there's a lot of good
determine
party members
your
in this game, for
destiny.
sure.
If the mystery goes unsolved,
At least
your
personality-wise,
future may
I
be
think most of them got
forever
buffed in Persona 4 Golden, especially Nato. So Nato's probably going to be kind of weak here
My duty
in this
is
version
to
of the game,
provide
unfortunately.
assistance to our guests to ensure that does not happen. Ah, I have neglected to introduce my assistant.
They'll
to you.
end when they no longer make as much money, or when it's no longer profitable to keep making them, or whatever. Or if the people making them just get tired of it and want to move on to other things, want to innovate on something else.
This is Margaret.
To be fair, they haven't
She
released
is
a new
resident of
mainline
this
Persona
place,
game in
like
almost 10
myself.
years now, so...
My name is Margaret. I am here to accompany you through your journey.
We shall attend to the details another time. Until then, farewell.
How are the audio levels, by the way? Do they sound good? Oh, hello. Alright, I forgot about this advertisement. It wasn't? There's skills that restore SP in P3 and P4, and items that restore SP in P3 and P4.
Slim down this summer with the refreshing
Yeah.
taste of calorie magic.
It's kind of like a slice of life anime in a lot of ways, Jeppo.
Yeah, first he bags a singer, then he has an affair with a TV announcer on the side. Do chicks really dig politicians?
Isn't it just stuff like money and connections? When you get down to it, financial and political clout is what matters.
I forgot about this intro cutscene. I haven't
What's
seen it in a
that
minute.
supposed to mean?
Well, what do you think?
No, it's a sequel of
Well, I'm
games.
sure that
It's
you
like a
all know
series of
already,
games.
But at the end of this month, he will be
Like a book
transferring to
series or
another
something.
school.
Oh my gosh, I can't believe this.
Quiet down, guys. I'm not done yet.
I personally like the setting of this game the most. It reminds me a lot more of where I grew up living, in a much more rural area. I kind of hope that we get some more rural areas in P6, especially if the game actually does have like the color green be its main motif. Wouldn't make a lot of sense to be in like rural area. Yeah.
The scandal involves the Enkastar Misuzu Hiragi preparing to tour
Yeah, it's a
overseas.
part of
Taro Namatame, a council secretary in the Inaba region, whom she married just last year, is now under suspicion of having an affair. What's more, his rumored mistress is the well-known TV announcer, Miss
Should we go soon?
Yes, just about.
question on everyone's minds is how this love triangle will affect.
I've never actually ridden in a train before. It sounds kind of nice, honestly. Especially when I have to drive to commute, but... What was that vision? I don't remember the vision of the struggling woman in the original. Is this opening different? Is this, like, opening cutscene different than the Golden version? It feels a little different, but maybe it's just been a minute since I've played Golden. Oh, you mean like it auto refills SP when you like leave the dungeon?
Hey, over here.
Oh, the like text boxes or whatever.
Well, you're more handsome in person than in your photo. Welcome to Inaba. I'm Ryotaro Dojima. I'll be looking after you. Let's see, I'm your mother's younger brother, and that about sums it up.
It's been a long time. Actually, I think it's been a couple years
You've really grown.
since I've last played
I still
P4.
remember when you were in diapers.
I still don't have all achievements on Persona 4 Golden on Steam. That's like one of the only Persona games I don't have all the achievements for. That and P3 Portable, just because I've only played through once. You have to play through twice with both protagonists for all the achievements and stuff. I think I'm mostly missing, like, hearing all of Rise's voice lines and a few other random things.
This here's my daughter. Come on, Nanako. Introduce yourself to your cousin.
Oh, I don't know. I mean, technically, the Catherine series is canonical to Persona, because Persona 3 Portable added the protagonist of Catherine in the club there. You can go and see him, but...
Hello.
Yeah, I've power leveled a lot in P3 Fez before.
What are you so shy for?
Hardcore Rosette fan isn't that hard to get. I just haven't gotten it. I don't know what voice line I'm missing either, so...
Ow!
Yeah, but I've definitely power leveled before in P3 Fez. Just like going back in with the MC over and over again.
Well then, let's get going.
Yeah. Maybe it just hadn't come out in the West yet. Maybe it already come out in Japan. Not sure on that though.
My car's over there.
You got in the car and headed for Dojima's house. Okay. But yeah, so the rules for this is the only persona I'm allowed to use in battle is Pixie. Once we acquire her. Like I said, you can get her as soon as like they do the shuffle time tutorial in this game. I did play, like I said, like the first little bit of the intro just to see how that would work out, and that's how it's gonna work out.
Hi, welcome to Mole.
Can you go to the bathroom by yourself?
I am allowed to refuse Pixie, so that means I'm allowed to make a new one. But I have to use Pixie in battle. The reason why I say I'm allowed to remake Pixie is for a few reasons. One,
It's in the back to your left. You know which way's left? The side you don't hold your chopsticks in.
this game has random skill inheritance, so even when I'm able to fuse Pixie, I can't put everything on Pixie, and also it's random what gets put on Pixie. I can't pick and choose the skills I want. There's no skill cards or anything.
Are you taking a trip?
For example, Pixie, because it's a healing persona, quote-unquote, it can't inherit physical skills, and it can't inherit dark skills. Dark skills are kind of whatever, but not being able to inherit physical skills is like a huge kind of like, ooh, you know, so. And there's only one fusion recipe for Pixie, so.
No, we just went to pick him up. He just moved here from the big city.
The city, huh?
Fill up my car while you're at it. Regular's fine.
Right away, sir.
Good time as any for a smoke.
Is that attendant the Nyx? Yeah, that attendant is the like one behind everything, at least in Golden.
Are you in high school?
I don't know if she's still the one like behind everything here, or if they added it in Golden. I know like the whole boss fight, I think they added in Golden, or like the whole
Does it
Marie
surprise
section.
a city
So
boy to see how little there is out here?
the only games that have their own stat growth for protagonists in the Persona series is Persona 1 and 2.
There's so little to do. I'm sure you'll get bored fast.
That and technically the Q
You'll either
games,
be
but
hanging
those
out with
aren't.
your friends or doing
That's something
part-time
else.
Jobs. Speaking of which, we're actually looking for
I
part-time
know.
help
It's
right now.
what's her name?
Give it some thought, why don't you? We don't mind if you're a student.
Oh, I'm trying to remember what her name is.
Oh, I should get back to work.
Nanako's looking at you.
Are you okay? Did you get car sick? You don't look too good.
But yeah, that's like the one who like apparently awakens our persona powers, I guess. So, yeah. Izanami, I think so. I just can't remember her name. I'm just bad with names, Lorenzo. Hot take, P4 has the best music of the trilogy. I think that all of them have their own style. If you say you prefer P4, that's fine. Yeah, all of them have good music, so. I do think that P3 and P4 have less music, but they have more standout music. P5 has a lot of music, and so some of it is kind of eh. I mean, it's fine, but like, it just doesn't stand out as much. But I guess that's kind of fine.
All right.
Because it's
Let's
supposed
have
to
a
be
toast.
background music, so. There isn't an
your
auto
mom
battle
and dad are
system.
busy as always. They're working overseas, was it?
You can put things in manually, it just takes forever.
I know it's only for a year, but getting stuck in a place like this because of your parents? It's rough being a kid. Well, it's just me and Nanako here, so it'll be nice having someone like you around. So long as you're here, you're part of the family, so make yourself at home.
Super Saiyan, I played and beat both Persona 1 and 2, both the Persona 2s. Granted, it was the PSP version, so maybe they changed how the battle system worked, but like... Oh, you mean like selecting commands for the whole team ahead of time? That's not auto battling, that's just a difference in how turn structure works. Thank you for your kindness.
Come on, there's no need to be so formal.
Oh. Like how there aren't enemies.
Look.
Oh, you didn't like the
you're
random
making
encounter
Nanako
thing.
look
Okay.
tense. Well, anyway.
Yeah, a lot of older RPGs have that. It's a random encounter thing. Basically, there's just a percentage chance of like whenever you take a step of there being like a random fight.
Oh, who's calling at this hour? Dojima speaking. Mm-hmm. Yeah, I see. So where
Fair
is it?
enough.
Uh-huh. All right, I'm on my way. Looks like I made the right choice to skip the booze. Sorry, but I gotta go take care of some business. Go ahead and eat without me. I don't know.
Well, I mean, they don't really need them after
Not a-
Persona
you help 'em out,
3,
okay?
right? Or I guess Persona 3 onwards.
Okay.
Because they moved to having them on the overworld, so you can just kind of avoid them if you want.
Nanako, it's raining out. What did you do with the laundry?
I already brought it in.
It is very funny to see just like the bentos being like just PNGs just slapped on a 2D, on a 3D, like a 2D image just slapped on a 3D rectangle there.
All right. Well, I'm off.
I know I do find there to be a certain amount of charm to both P3 Fez and P4. Even with their limited graphics and everything.
Next, let's take a look at the hourly breakdown of tomorrow's weather. With storm clouds moving in from the west, expect rain throughout the day tomorrow in most areas.
Let's eat.
Nah, it's just limitations. You find yourself alone in Nanako. You might want to strike up a conversation. What does your dad do?
He investigates stuff, like crime scenes. My dad's a detective.
And now for the local news. City Council Secretary Taro Namatame is under fire for an alleged
good old
relationship with a
Namatame.
female reporter. His wife, Enka ballad sensation Misuzu Hiragi, revealed to this station that she will likely pursue damages.
It's so weird, like, I don't know. I don't know why it's hitting me now, but like playing through P4, knowing everything that'll happen, it's interesting to see stuff that's set up like in the early games.
iTelevision has decided to cancel all of announcer Mayumi Yamano's televised appearances. Until allegations of an affair with Mr. Namatame are resolved, she'll remain off the air and out of the public eye.
This is boring.
Yeah.
At Tunis,
Every day is Customer Appreciation Day.
Come see for yourself and get in touch with our products.
Say it with me now. Every day is great at your Tunis. Amazing. Cinema. Peak cinema. Every day is great at your Tunis.
Aren't you going to eat?
You can save the game by using the calendar in the living room. Okay. Let's go ahead and make a save then. Alright. Oh, Nanako's at a loss. You should leave her alone. You asked Nanako for permission to change the channel to the forecast. Okay. I think that's about all we can do for right now. We could check the fridge. Some fried rice. Eat it. Eat it! It has no taste at all. Strange. Sometimes by eating the stuff in the fridge, you can get some free courage points. Yeah, well, I mean, you gotta have a video game, right? There's a reason why they write out the actual parents of most of the Persona, or of the Persona MCs. Persona 3, they're dead. Persona 4, they drop you off to, like, live with your, extended relatives while they're working or something. P5, they send you away after you, get arrested. You don't really see them at all in P4 or P5. Seems like both Joker and the P4 MC and Narukami seem to have a pretty distant relationship with their actual parents. Although they do add in a surrogate dad to both P4 and P5 here. Yeah, PC with emulator. If I had splurged, I could have gotten a actual copy of the game and play in a way to record it on an actual PS2, but I don't have the money to splurge on that right now, so we're just gonna play it this way. Plus, this way has a few advantages too, like I can turn up the internal rendering. It won't make like the UI any more high quality, but it'll let the assets be rendered at their full resolution. The assets in this version of the game are actually higher quality than the Persona 4 Golden version. At least some of them. The day will end if you decide to go to bed. You may have a good dream. Okay. Yes. Go to sleep. You'll be living in this town for 1 year. Starting today. You wonder if everything will be alright. School starts tomorrow. You should hurry to bed. Yeah, well, it's just from a narrative standpoint, it's a lot easier to not have parents, because then they get like, hey, children shouldn't be fighting shadows and demons and doing all that and stuff. Like, even our surrogate dads both kind of figure out what's going on at some point and are like breathing down your neck about like, hey, you're a kid still, like you shouldn't be risking your neck out here. But yeah, the other reason why I'm gonna allow myself to remake Pixie is because if I don't let myself remake Pixie, there's no incentive to do any of the social links. And every other version of Persona, at least the mainline games, there's an incentive to do the social links even in if I'm not able to refuse Pixie. But with this game, if I don't allow myself to fuse Pixie anew, then there's no incentive to do the social links. And truth be told, this is probably one of the only times I'll ever play this version of Persona 4. So I want an incentive to do all the social links and stuff, right? Like, I'm not probably going to play this version of P4 for a long time after this, so. Also, it leads to some more interesting gameplay choices. For example, since Pixie's the only Persona we'll be able to use in battle once we get it, there's no way to get XP on other Personas without putting growth skills onto them. So it's funny that we can use Izanagi here. If what you seek is truth, then your search will be even harder. Yeah, I guess we'll have to see what they do with P6, right? Everyone sees what they want to, and the fog only deepens. Will we meet again? At a place other than here? I look forward to it. You're losing consciousness. I mean, technically we're already asleep, so. You hear someone's voice.
Breakfast ready.
It's almost time to get up. Yeah, I mean, it'll probably be safe, like, mechanic-wise. I imagine it'll just be an improvement upon P5 stuff. It'll probably look... The combat will probably actually look a lot like P3R and P4 Remakes combat, probably. So it'll be interesting to see what the P4 Remakes combat is like. And that'll probably inform a lot about what P6's combat will look like. It'll probably have its own gimmick to set it apart from the rest of the series. Like, it'll have some improvements, it'll have some different things. Maybe it'll bring back technicals in some way, but what could it have been about? Starting school today, you should head to the living room for now.
Good morning.
Good morning. That looks good.
Okay.
The 2D egg and sausage.
Let's eat.
The toast is 3D though. Do you do the cooking?
I can toast bread and cook sunny side up eggs in the morning. Dad can't cook, so I buy dinner. You're starting school today, right? My school's on the way, so let's go together.
No, it won't. It won't be like that. P4 was just like on a huge time crunch and money crunch. P6 is not that. It's been 10 years since P5. They're not on a time crunch. P3R, Metaphor, and SMT5 engines have sold very well. They're not on a money crunch. Atlas is doing fine for themselves, thanks. And they're owned by Sega now, who also can, you know, has plenty of money to invest in a game like P6 that is probably going to sell very well for them. Nanako seems somewhat restless. You decided to head to school in Nanako. One thing that'll be interesting to look at in this is Persona 4 Golden toned down a lot of the fog effects from the PS2 version of the game, and there are also some different differences in locations that I'll try to point out as we go along here.
My school's this way. Bye.
Bye. Yeah. It just has a pretty much the same system as P3 Fez did, with its one more system that it introduced with P3 Fez. The only major difference between the one more system in P3 Fez and the original Persona 4, if I'm remembering correctly, is that you don't take a whole turn to stand back up. So in P3 Fez, if somebody got knocked down, you would take a whole turn to stand back up. They got rid of this because it feels bad to wait a whole turn, get to your turn, and then just stand back up. Because remember, in the original Persona 3 Fez, you don't have control over your party members, so you just have to wait for everybody to go around, stand back up, wait for everybody to go back around. Oh, you got knocked down again? Okay, go back around. Oh, you didn't get knocked. You can stand back up now. Okay, and wait one more round. Okay, now you can do something. Oh wait, everybody's dead? Haha, sucks to suck, loser. Because P3 Fez can definitely be like that at times. So the other thing too is it's abusable on bosses. So there's a strategy with the Reaper to consistently knock it down and just not let it do anything. And so you can kill it at a much lower level than you otherwise would be able to. Because I think P3 Fez Thunder Rain has a 95% chance of paralyzing an enemy. And if you attack an enemy that's paralyzed in P3 with a physical attack, they always get knocked down. So there is some stuff with ailments that got expanded upon in P5 that was already there in P3 at least. So yeah, a little bit. I mean, they're both young girls that are designed by probably the same people, so. That looked painful. You should leave them be. I think the main mechanic that I think was introduced in this game was the basically a follow-up system. So all the party members, they have a chance, after an all-out attack, if the all-out attack doesn't kill, they will offer to do a special attack, and each of them have their own animations. So Chie's galactic punt, where she runs up to the enemy and kicks it off into the stratosphere, Team Rocket Pokemon style. Excuse me. Yeah. At least in P3 Fez, there was a strategy to constantly juggle him with the knockdown mechanic. Because like I said, in the original P3 Fez, you had to spend a whole turn getting back up.
Here is Morooka, isn't it?
Yeah, it's King Moron, all right. We get to enjoy his long-ass sermons every day for a whole year.
Oh, you guys ready to hear the original Chie voice actress?
Hey, you guys, I heard there's going to be a transfer student from the city in this class.
Huh? Really? A guy or a girl?
A transfer student from the city. Just like you, huh, Yosuke? Huh? You look dead today.
Yeah, I don't want to talk about it.
What's with him?
Who knows?
All right, shut your traps. I'm Kinshiro Muraoka, your homeroom teacher from today forward.
Yeah, basically the critique of the original PS2 version of Chie's voice actress is just that she sounds a little bit too old. Like, she sounds like much more mature in her voice than you would expect from like a teenager.
First things first. Just because it's spring doesn't mean you can swoon over each other like love-struck baboons.
Is this Mr. Muraoka's golden voice as well? He feels a little bit different here. But again, maybe it's just been a minute since I've played P4. I looked into it. The original voice actress for Chie, I don't think really did anything past this. I don't know if it's even known like who this voice is accredited to, or if it is, I think this is like one of her only things that she ever did. So
Long as I'm around, you students are gonna be pure as the driven snow. Now, I hate wasting my time, but I'd better introduce this transfer student. This sad sack's been thrown from the big city out to the middle of nowhere like yesterday's garbage.
Garbage. Yeah, it's kind of like with P5. The original P5, there's a cheesy strategy. So usually the Reaper can't be inflicted with ailments, but if you go on a day where like there's like allergy season or whatever, enemies will have like an ailment on them, and you can, when you start battles and stuff, and you can use a skill that insta-kills enemies with ailments to like farm the Reaper for levels much earlier than you otherwise could. That was in the original P5. They got rid of it in P5 Royal though. That was fixed in P3 Portable. So P3 Portable removed the whole like taking a whole turn to stand back up. Yeah, if I ever do P5 Pixie only, like P5 and not P5 Royal, which I might do at some point, again, another excuse to play the original version of like one of the Persona games. I'll have to use that method for sure.
And he's just as much of a loser here as he was there. So you girls better not get any ideas about hitting on him.
But yeah, P3 Reload doesn't have that at all. It adopts the standard once more system that P3 Portable and P4 here have, where you stand back up and it doesn't take up your whole turn.
Tell him your name, kid, and make it quick.
Calling me a loser? Yeah, you get courage for standing up to Muraoka here.
Huh, that's it. You're on my shit list. Effective immediately. Now listen up. This town is miles away from your big city of perverts and assholes in more ways than one. You'd better not even think of getting involved with the girls here, let alone abusing them. But what do I know? It's not like the old days. Even here, kids grow up so damn fast. Every time I turn my back, you're fooling around on those damn phones, checking your life journals and your My Places.
Oh my gosh, MySpace reference. Oh my gosh, MySpace reference. Mr. Muraoka goes on and on.
Excuse me, is it okay if the transfer student sits here?
Huh? Yeah, sure. You hear that? Your seat's over there. So hurry up and sit down already.
I feel like it was faster than Fez. Persona 3 Reload definitely gets through its intro a bit quicker than Fez. I think it cuts out a few things from the intro of Fez. But like the battles feel like they take a bit longer to me personally, just because the animations are longer and you can't skip through them. Although maybe I guess if you aren't if you're comparing to like having no party control, then they might feel a little bit faster.
He's the worst, huh? Rotten luck
Yeah.
for you to get stuck in this class. Well, we'll just have to hang in there for a year.
Yeah, I can't remember if I'd have to replay it again to see like what all they cut out, but I do remember it being a little bit faster or it feeling faster. At some point, I'll play through all of them off stream, all 3 versions of Persona 3 Portable, and probably make a comparison video. But it takes a while to get through all 3 of those.
Sucks to be the transfer student, ending up in King Moron's class on the first morning here.
Yeah, he won't think twice about suspending you if you get on his bad side. Then again, we're all in the same boat.
Shut your traps! I'm taking roll, and I damn well expect you to respond in an orderly manner.
Your life at this new school has begun. Will you be able to fit in here? Yeah, we'll fit in fine. At what point should I start spamming through dialogue? Maybe when Teddy shows up. No, I should listen to some of the Teddy voice actor at least a little bit.
That's all for today. Normal lectures will start tomorrow.
We are nocturning with this Pixie challenge. Nocturning all over Mr. Moroki here. Yeah, we still got to get the Pixie, though.
Attention all teachers. Please report immediately to the faculty office for a brief staff meeting. All students must return to their classrooms and are not to leave the school until further notice.
Why does every like intercom overhead speaker always sound so bad? I love that like little jingle is like so universal though.
Don't go anywhere until you
Dun 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 dun. Dun 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 dun.
He's seriously getting on my nerves.
Nope.
Did something happen? Don't those sirens sound really close? I can't
Yeah, it'd be interesting to try this with some of the SMT games.
Yeah, like every time it rains lately.
I don't
it gets
know
all
how well it would work with like P4. I think P3 and P5 would be, or sorry, SMT3 and SMT5 it would be fun to do Pixie only, but
Hey, did you hear? I hear that paparazzi's looking.
probably
all
start with
over for that
SMT5 just because it's easier than SMT3 to be honest. See how that goes.
Oh, yeah.
Then maybe
You mean
SMT3 after
Mayumi
that.
Yamano, right?
It'll be a minute.
I heard some guy spotted her at the shopping district.
Actually, I heard that. Are you serious?
Hey, Yukiko-san. Mind if I ask you something?
Yeah.
Is it true that announcer's staying at your family's inn?
I can't discuss such things.
Yeah.
They
guess
also
not.
have like less chances to like strengthen a demon than like Persona games do. Because like with a lot of the Persona games, you can spend up in-game time or spend in-game time to strengthen like a single persona. But you're still trading something off because you're trading off time to like work on social stats or hang out with people. But with SMT, you don't really have that option of a trade-off. So getting things like incenses or raising a certain demon's stats or getting like skills or something is like a lot harder to do because there's no like, they can't add on a cost of like, oh, you don't get a chance to like hang out with someone. So they have to like make it harder to get to those things.
Sheesh, how much longer is this gonna take?
There's no telling.
I should have left before the announcement came on. By the way, did you try what I told you the other day?
Yeah, this game also has random skill inheritance, which is why Pixie won't be able to grab any physical skills. Which physical skills are pretty good in this game, so I'll have to make sure our party members can cover that for us.
No, not yet. Sorry.
I think Naoto's actually the one that has dark skills, doesn't she? Because I think in the original version of this, she has like the light and dark insta-kill skills for the party.
Oh, that's okay.
But she's not like super great outside of that.
Well, it's just... I heard a guy in the
And especially when you get her so late in the
something
game.
like, my soulmate is Yamano, the announcer.
Leveling her up takes a while, so I think that's part of the reason why they buffed her in Golden.
Attention, all students.
Attention all shoppers.
There has been an incident inside the school district. Police officers have been dispatched around the school zone. Please stay calm and contact your parents or guardians as soon as possible and quickly leave the school grounds. Do not disturb the police officers. Head directly home. I repeat.
I mean, I can. I'm kind of interested in hearing the voice lines from like Chie and stuff.
What? Something actually happened?
I know in Golden you can. I don't think, because this is the original PS2 version, it doesn't have fast forwarding. I could skip through like dialogue though. I'll probably start skipping through dialogue at some point, probably when we get to like tutorial stuff about like how the battle system works and all that kind of stuff. But at least the story setup I kind of want to see some of. And like I said, I haven't seen too much of Chie's original voice actress, so I'd like to see like what some of her original voice lines were like.
Why don't you come with us? Oh, nearly forgot. I'm Chie Satonaka. You know I sit next to you.
Yeah, they added that feature in Persona 4 Golden, but it wasn't in the original P4. I remember, I think a lot of PS2 games don't really have a way to skip cutscenes. At least I remember people complaining about with the original Kingdom Hearts 1. So there were like a lot of boss fights that had like cutscenes before them, and you had to watch through the entire cutscene every single time you died. Of course.
Well, nice to meet you. This is Yukiko Amagi.
Oh, nice to meet you. I'm sorry that this is so sudden.
Come on, don't apologize like that. It makes me look like I got no upbringing.
What, they're like models or something?
Ask some stuff.
Yeah, the eyes being so big on their models kind of looks a little weird, but like, I don't know. There's like a little bit of charm to this. I don't know. I don't mind the like lower res graphics, but yeah, it'll be interesting to see what they look like in the remake for sure.
This was really awesome. Like, the way they moved was just amazing to see. And I'm really sorry. It was an accident. Please just have mercy until my next paycheck. See ya. Thanks.
Stop right there. What did you do to my DVD? What the? I can't believe this. It is completely cracked. My Trial of the Dragon.
I think mine's cracked too. Critical hit to the nads.
Was that in the original Golden? I don't think that was in Golden. I think they changed that line in Golden.
Are you all right?
Oh, is co-education not really a thing? Like you have the boys schools and like girls schools, like separated, so you don't really have them like together.
He's fine, Yukiko. Let's ditch him and go home.
He looks like he's in a lot of pain. You should leave him be. It's a thing, but only in name. Gotcha. So people socialize outside of schools, but like in school, they're like by them.
You're Yuki, right?
It's kind of separated out.
You want to go hang out somewhere?
Am I getting that right? Oh, this dude.
What? Who are you?
Gotcha. I think that makes sense in some cases,
What's up with
but I
him?
do think
What
it's a
school's he
valuable
from?
skill to be able to like socialize with people, with guys and girls, to like kind of get a sense of like how that works out. Because like a lot of schools preparing you for life, and if you go your whole like go throughout like education and growing up and not really talk to girls or not really talk to guys, I think it would make it harder to like talk to them like when you got into like a professional setting at like a job or something.
Never mind that. He's going for Yukiko-san? Man, you'd think he'd at least wait until she's alone to make his move.
I bet you a can of Tappy gets knocked out.
No bet. Haven't you heard how difficult the Amagi challenge is?
So, are you coming or not?
I'm not going.
Okay. Interesting.
Fine.
Yeah, like I said, that could be good, you know. Because you don't have, like,
From me?
things getting weird or whatever. But, like, I think it's also probably a good thing to, like, be able to talk to girls and talk to guys. It's good to get practice in before you get into, like, a job setting, but...
What did he want? Obviously, he was asking you out on a date.
Huh? Really?
You really had no clue? Sheesh.
Yeah, Chie's Golden voice actress is, like, a lot more enthusiastic, for sure. This one is a lot more reserved. I think somebody said she doesn't sound as tomboyish, which, you know, I think both seem fine. We'll see how... It'll be interesting to see how she, like, does with some of the more important voice lines, like, around, like, Yukiko's castle and stuff. We'll see how much expression she shows there. But, I don't think either is bad so far.
But then again, that was way over the top. It was creepy how he called you Yuki all of a sudden.
Yo, Yukiko-san. Turned down another lovelorn fool, huh? Man, you're cruel. You got me the same way last year.
I don't recall doing that.
Oh, you serious? So then you want to hang out sometime?
I don't think that's what she meant by that.
I'd rather not.
That'll teach me to get my hopes up. Anyways, you two better not pick on the transfer student too much.
We're just curious is all.
I'm sorry for dragging you into this.
Come on, let's go. Everybody is staring.
I feel like Golden was definitely a bit brighter here. They definitely toned down the amount of, like, darkness and fog that was in the original here. Oh, I think we're about to get to...
Oh, so you came here because of your parents' job? I thought it was something way more serious.
Yeah, the main characters all, like, change their outfit in slightly different ways to, like, kind of stand out. And they're all color-coded, too. So, like, Yukiko has her, like, red hairband and, I think that's a cardigan? Like a sweater. Chie has her, like, green sweatshirt with, like, the pins and stuff. The MC kind of, like, flares out his collar.
There really is
Oh, there it is.
Here, huh?
I think that this background here specifically was changed in P4 Golden. I'm not sure exactly why, but I think in P4 Golden this is a little bit different. Yukiko. I really like Yukiko. I like her sense of humor. I think she's really cute. Her social link kind of sucks, though. She does not act like her story self in her social link at all. She never laughs once in her social link, which is a shame. Not even at the end.
Well, that is what makes it nice, but there's nothing much we can show to people from outside. Oh, though there is something from Mount Yasagami. I think our dyed clothes or pottery or something is kind of famous. Oh, wait, there's the Amagi Inn. Yukiko's family runs it. It's the pride of Inaba.
Inaba.
Huh? It's just an old inn.
Oh, no way. It's been in all sort of magazines as a hidden treasure.
Yeah. That's one of the things people say about this original voice actress for Chie.
It's a great inn. It's been going for generations.
Would you want all?
Yukiko
That sounds like a
here is
nightmare,
going
to be
take
honest
over
with you.
someday. The inn actually attracts a lot of visitors to Inaba.
Exactly. Sounds
pretty
like
much
a
keeps
nightmare,
the town
honestly.
I don't think that's entirely true.
I play a gacha game where there's like a marriage system, and I always like, for the last few years I've married them like on stream, because I do a yearly stream of, hey, here's my account, once a year. And I've just been thinking more and more lately, like my guy in universe is like, all of my 20 wives have the same wedding day. Ah.
So tell me, you think Yukiko's cute, huh?
I think so, yeah.
I knew it.
Come on, don't start this again.
I mean, I'm not gonna lie.
She's really popular at school, but she's never had a boyfriend. Kind of weird, huh?
Nah, if all the guys who approach her are of the same level as Yusuke and Yosuke and that other guy from earlier, I don't blame her.
Come on, stop it. You shouldn't believe that, okay? It's not true that I'm popular or that I've never had a boyfriend.
So you have had a boyfriend?
Wait, no. What I meant to say was I don't need a boyfriend.
Oh.
Jeez, GA.
Sorry. But this is our chance to talk to somebody from the big city, and you barely said a word.
I don't know. It just feels like a lot. It would be a lot to try and maintain like such a deep and intimate relationship with a lot of different people, I think.
Hey, what's that?
So that high schooler left school early, and as she came down this street...
I think it's hard enough to do with one person. Like, trying to do it with, like, a bunch of people would be very hard. Yeah, I suppose. Historically speaking, right?
Who could imagine that hanging from an antenna? I wanted to see it too.
Yeah, so I told you that I was going to be able to make Pixie, right, Lorenzo? Did you hear me when I was explaining that? I can explain it again, because I'll probably have to explain it a couple more times.
Oh, you got here.
Or I could wait until we get Pixie, and then I can explain why.
Took it down just a moment ago. Well, I think
I suppose
it's
so.
terrifying. I can't believe a dead body showed up around here.
Much more of a business relationship for most of them, probably. Making alliances.
Wait, what did she just say? A dead body?
Power struggles, politics, that kind of thing.
Hey, what are you doing here?
Walking home? We were just passing by.
Huh. I should have figured that'd happen. That damn principal. We told him not to let them through here.
You know this guy?
He's my uncle.
I'm Detective Dojima, his guardian. Well, how should I say this? I hope you get along with him. But you three really ought to stop wandering around and head straight home.
I think if I ever play P4 Golden again, one thing I'd like to try and do is play with the Japanese voice actors, but with the English subtitles or text or whatever. I think that'd be kind of fun. Change it up. If I was going to play Persona 4 again after this. I'd be kind of interested to hear what Dojima kind of sounds like and everything. Or like what this guy... I'm blanking on his name. Sorry, give me a sec.
Adachi.
Right, Adachi, yeah.
Like a rookie.
It'd be interesting to hear Adachi's Japanese VA, especially when he changes later on.
I'm sorry.
Go wash your face. We're gonna go around and gather information.
Was this what that announcement was about?
What do they mean it was hanging from the antenna?
Hey, Yukiko.
The body, right?
Why don't we go to Junes some other time?
Good idea.
All right, then. We're taking off. Starting tomorrow, neighbor. Let's do our best.
The two of them left. You decide to head straight home.
I wonder if Dad's not coming home again tonight.
Our top story this evening concerns a bizarre case in a quiet suburb. Around noon today, a woman was found dead near the Samegawa River in Inaba.
The school zone is being shown on TV. Could this be the incident you heard about? Alright.
The deceased has been identified as Miss Mayumi Yamano.
Starting to get to the point where I kind of want to spam through some of this dialogue, but we'll go a bit farther before I start doing that.
The initial results of the Inaba Police Department's investigation have revealed...
The Inaba Police Department! That's where Dad works!
How do we feel about Nanako? I don't know, I like Nanako. It'll be alright.
I know. That's his job, so this stuff happens.
The body was found hanging from a large television antenna.
I'm not like super protective over. What do you think of Japan as a country? I think that it's very well maintained. They seem to have a culture of having a large amount of respect for the things that they own. And so they maintain their streets and like cities very well. I think some of the countryside looks very beautiful from pictures and things I've seen. I think that as an island nation, it seems pretty interesting. I think it's interesting that they have such a distinct culture from where I live. And I think that's part of my fascination with some of their media and stuff. Like, I've read way more, like, manga than I've read, like, comic books, for example. And I mean, some of that is just, like, comic books not being as popular here in the U.S. and the States and, like, in the West in general. In, like, the last, I'd say 10, 15 years or so. Like, they've kind of gone down in popularity compared to where they were in, like, the 80s and early 90s and all that. I think Japan is an interesting country. They have, I don't know, they have their ups and downs. They're not a perfect country by any means, but obviously, but I think overall their culture is very interesting and very different than what I see coming out of like the West in general. I think it's interesting how strong of a personality they have as a country, right? Because like throughout their history, they've always had a very strong personality, you could say. Like, they're very distinctive, like, they have a very distinctive culture, and they're very strong, like, in their beliefs, whatever those beliefs may be. I'm trying to, like, I'm just trying to think through it out loud. You asked me what I thought of it, so I'm trying to think out loud, kind of, here, about Japan. Well, recently with the xenophobia thing, I think there are... Historically, Japan has had, like, a disdain for foreigners or outsiders, just historically. And to the extent that they don't like outsiders, I don't think it's more so than even some countries in, like, say, Europe and stuff. I think any country that is very insular... For example, I believe Sweden and Norway are kind of protected by like mountains and stuff. They're very small. They have very insular, like tight-knit communities, but they're not too big on like outsiders coming into their communities. And the same thing is kind of true in Japan, being an island nation. You know, historically they've tried to block off trade for like a long time with other outside countries and be mostly self-sufficient. And so there is some of that. I think some of that is just natural how people are. More recently, though, they've had like a lot of nuisance streamers and like people being rude tourists, so some of it comes from that more recently. So yeah, I mean, it is an island country, so. I'm not asking. Yeah, will they drop the price down to only $70 instead of 80? Super Saint, or sorry, Jason. Sorry. Will they drop the price down to only $70 instead of 80? Switch to Electric Boogaloo. Yeah. Japan's got an interesting history for sure. Like historically, like I said, they've been very isolated. So there's like been lots of like wars among the people living on what we now consider the island nation of Japan, you know? Because like for a long time, the nation of Japan didn't really exist. And even if it did, it broke apart multiple times because they were all fighting over the land of this like island nation. So yeah, it probably will be $70, but man, that's still kind of high. Yeah. No, I'm just referring to the whole like switch to Mario Kart being $80 thing.
Authorities are uncertain as to why the body was in such a state.
Are you speaking tongue-in-cheek, Jason, or have you lived or do you live in Japan, or was that just kind of a joke?
With the cause of death also uncertain,
would I like to live in Japan? I don't think it would be the worst place to live. I think there are definitely much worse places to live. But, you know, like, for how much I'm saying about, like, how interesting their culture is, you know, it's got its downsides. There's a lot more pressure to behave societally. You can kind of see that with the themes of P5.
Common to the area has slowed their progress, and plans to fully canvass the area are delayed until tomorrow.
They have a society that incentivizes being polite even to your own detriment, not causing trouble, which can cause petty tyrants to like reign over people who are just don't want to rock the boat and just like wanna just want to go along.
They found her on the roof? That's scary.
Some people are saying $100 for GTA 6. Don't think they will, but with the people say it. Yeah, I don't know.
Oh, it's Juness.
I think some people want it to be $100 so they can also like up their prices as well on video games.
Customer Appreciation Day. Come see for yourself. And
I think if GTA 6 was $100, a lot of people would still buy it. But I think there would be a lot of grumbling about it. Given the fact that Mario Kart being $80, well, I did say something to it before, but tell you what, once I get Pixie, I'll explain what I'm thinking about. Okay, how about that, Lorenzo? Once I get Pixie, I'll explain what I'm thinking about for, like, Pixie and everything.
Every day's great at your Juness.
Nanako is looking at you expectantly. Yeah, I mean, they sold P3R at $70, and it sold pretty well, so they'll probably do the same thing for, like, the P4 remake. Every day is great at your Juness. I'm wearing my Juness shirt today, okay? Just so you know.
Memorized it already? I'm the best one in my class.
Well, you didn't ask a simple yes or no question, if I remember correctly. You were asking about the whole resistances thing, right? Nanako sings the song to herself over and over again. It seems that she's forgotten all about the scary story. Okay. Hey, we got some actual P4 music. Sounds of love. Yeah, she is. You should leave her alone. Okay. Yeah, she's very lonely before you show up. She doesn't... And she's also much more responsible for her age. Cooking meals, buying groceries and everything. doing laundry and stuff. I mean, to be fair, lots of kids do these kind of chores, but like she doesn't have a mom, you know, to teach her how to do these things or like help take care of her. She doesn't seem to talk about having any friends, at least that we see throughout the game. And based off the fact that she constantly like wants to hang out with you and your friends, it seems like she doesn't have like a lot of her friends of her own. I wouldn't say that she's like miserable or anything, but like she's definitely very lonely. Although with the xenophobia thing or whatever. I'd have to scroll up to see what you said about the xenophobia thing. I think I responded to that, basically saying that like historically, I gave a whole response to that going back to like Japanese history and stuff. Better slow down while saving. Basically, historically, because they're an island nation, they've been a bit more like resistant to outsiders, but now recently it's more understandable with the whole like tourism thing with like a lot of rude tourists and like nuisance streamers and stuff. Adding to like a negative perception of like
someone
people coming from other countries.
You saved me. Thanks. Oh yeah, that's right. You're that transfer student.
Ox O'Reilly's, that's
I'm
me.
Yosuke Hanamura. Nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you too. Yosuke seems to be alright. Yeah, I think Johnny Somali is getting prison time though, isn't he? Over in Korea.
Say, did you hear about the incident from yesterday? They found that announcer lady hanging from an antenna. I think it was some kind of warning. There's no way something that weird could have been an accident.
You might be right.
Dangling a dead body over a roof like that? That's just messed up. Then again, it's pretty messed up to kill someone in the first place. Oh crap, we're late. You want to ride? It's a little squeaky, but it should be fine.
I don't like riding bikes anymore. I don't know. I just don't like the fact that I have to like take my feet off the ground to like ride a bike. I usually prefer to walk or run if I have to go some like a short distance. And there's not really anywhere nearby that's like you can get to by just riding a bike or anything. Johnny Somali is just somebody who's out for attention. Good or bad, he just wants attention for whatever reason.
You getting used to this place?
Everything, he seems to view everything around. This is just me talking about somebody I don't know, but he seems to be the kind of person who just views the world around him as for his own benefit and to get attention and stuff. There's probably something a little bit wrong with him in the head, to be honest, but probably needs, honestly, some mental help, but definitely he's been causing trouble for a lot of people. Yeah, I'm getting used to it.
Wow, that was fast.
Oh, I've had a lot of time. This isn't my first rodeo with P4.
There isn't much to do here compared to the big city. But there is that certain something you can't get anywhere else. The air's clean, the food's great. Oh, you know about the local delicacy?
Oh, the steak skewers?
It's grilled steak, man.
Yep.
Like that's anything special, huh? I know a place where you can get it cheap. Want to come? You helped me out this morning, so it's on me.
What about me, huh? No apologies? My trial of the dragon?
Yeah, I know. Witcher 3 goes on sale for like super low. Like, super low price. Witcher 3 is such a good deal on Steam. It goes for like $10 or something on Steam. Hold on. I want to see Steam DB real quick. The Witcher 3 Wild Hunt. What's the lowest price it's ever gone to? $4. $4 for the base game. I think it's like $10 for like the base game and the DLC, I think, if I remember correctly. It's like 90% off. It goes on like pretty often. It's wild. Wild Hunt. For how good that game is. I gotta play it at some point, man.
You always come around when I'm talking.
Speaking of, I bought the last few I bought the Yakuza games I was missing. They went on sale for like 45% off, and then I bought like the bundle since I knew I was gonna buy the other the rest of them. So it wasn't bad. $40 for 4 games, $10 a game. They're Yakuza games. They're pretty long. That's pretty good. Just as I got some money too for doing that work the other day, so that kind of worked out. That and a couple other games that were on sale, pretty good. Ended up spending $60, got like 7 games. Like, where else could you do that outside of like a thrift store or something, right? But Steam, so I get like, you know, I can install them, cloud saves. I can install them to whatever computer. I get cloud saves. I get access to achievements, social multiplayer stuff, modding support depending on the game, you know. So
How about it,
you don't get the physical game,
you
but
think he should treat us too?
I don't know, man. $60, 7 games, 4 of those being like Yakuza games. Pretty good, pretty good. It was that or buy Xenoblade Chronicles X for like $60. And while Xenoblade Chronicles X does look like really good, and I probably will buy it at some point, I was like, 7 games or 1 game? 7 games or 1 game?
Wow, Yukiko-san, you started training to take over the business?
Huh, interesting, Lorenzo. A lot of games won't do that because I think there's stuff with like rights holders and stuff.
Well, I should be on my way.
Oh well, we should get going too.
Huh? Do I seriously have to treat 2 people?
But yeah. Yeah, no, Steam's a really good service, honestly. Junes. Alright, Junes Food Court. I think we're gonna skip through some of this dialogue here. This is just Chie and Yusuke arguing over steak for the most part.
I moved here from another city about 6 months.
And like Yusuke setting up some of his backstory. That, and we'll meet that girl here, so I guess we'll let that dialogue play out. That's funny that they do like a water sipping animation there, even though they all have straws. Conversation became animated over small talk.
It's only been half a year since this place opened up, but I haven't been to the local shopping district much. A lot of stores.
You can't blame it all on Ju.
Yeah. Although I hear Cyberpunk's a lot better now than on release. Hey, Fake Ronald, how's it going?
Sorry, be right back.
Who's that? No point in asking if that's Yusuke's girlfriend. We all know that Yusuke doesn't have a girlfriend.
I think she's working here part-time though.
I guess we'll see when the game actually comes out, right? Like they said that, don't worry, we know about the whole like female thing. We have a plan for that. There's a reason. So, nice.
Hey,
which Gaiden does not narrow it down. Oh, Yakuza?
Hey, I'm finally on break.
Because there's a lot of different Gaidens.
What's up, Hana-chan? Boosting the family business by bringing your friends here?
Oh, madam, you wound me. Kidding aside, you look down. Did something happen?
Oh, it's nothing. I'm just a little tired.
Hey, if you need to talk, I'm always willing to listen.
You know, she
I'm
really does look
okay.
like her brother.
Thanks, though.
They have like the same head structure.
Why'd I leave school
They have very similar
early
hair colors,
yesterday?
obviously.
Hey, is he the kid who transferred here?
Yeah, because you have a whole social link with her brother. But I never really thought about how much they look alike, because you only see her like here and like
Are
a
you
little
the
bit later.
transfer student? Oh, did you hear about me already?
Yep,
It
vanilla
must be
P4.
nice to have someone else
That
from
and
a
the
big
aspect
city
ratio,
to talk
right?
to, huh? I don't see Hana-chan hanging out with the other guys.
P4 Golden would have been too easy with Pixie only because of how shuffle time works in that game. And
Not necessarily.
it's an excuse to play the original version of P4, right? Because I've never played the original version, so.
He doesn't have too many friends, so I hope you two get along good. Hana-chan's a good guy, but he can get nosy sometimes. You gotta tell him right to his face when he starts to annoy you.
Personally, I like to take my time when I can with the Persona games. They're very long games, so it's good to pace yourself sometimes, but fair enough if you want to fast forward through them things. I definitely know that I do that now a lot with Pokemon RPGs and stuff. Nah, he's a great guy.
I know. I'm just kidding.
Come on, Senpai. There's no need to worry about something like that.
Yeah. Well, if nothing else,
Well, my
Merciless
break's
gets you
just
some
about
extra
over.
XP and stuff,
Back
right?
to work I go.
Honestly, Merciless isn't too hard. In fact, for most fights in the game, I would say Merciless is easier than hard difficulty, because Merciless multiplies crit and weakness damage, but that works in your favor as well for like most of random fights if you can exploit enemies' weaknesses. So it's just like where enemies can exploit your weakness, or like a boss doesn't have weaknesses, where it starts to get like really rough. So it is harder for like some of the boss fights and stuff, but like I think for random enemies, hard is actually a bit harder.
Laters.
Probably. But like if they're this age here, he'd probably, you know, just they'd be like part of a side story or something, you know.
Saki Senpai says I'm annoying, but she's even nosier than me. She has a younger brother, and she treats me pretty much the same way.
Oh, you don't want her treating you like a brother, huh? Oh, I get it. So that's how it is. The daughter of a local family-run liquor store and the scion of the invading chain. The flame of forbidden love.
You just need to pay attention to the mechanics. Oh, hello, chat box. Why'd you do that? Eh? Apparently the chat's moving so fast the chat box spazzed out. Alright. But yeah. I think it's just...
Dude, it's not like
you need to know what you're doing for sure. If you want to do Merciless, I'll say that. That or hard.
Oh, really?
Yeah, it's weird. It, like it refreshed and like scroll down to the bottom or something.
Sick heart. You ever hear of the Midnight Channel? You're supposed to look into a TV that's switched off, alone, exactly at midnight on a rainy night. While you're staring at your own image, another person will appear on the screen.
Yeah, I would say P3 and P4 are both harder than P5 in general. I do think that the games get kind of easier as they go, and the re-releases of the games all make themselves easier, just because they give the player more options to get like more powerful.
And they say that person's your soulmate.
I think that the Persona games are there to have a fun time, not to have them particularly difficult time. There are some challenges. The Velvet Room attendant boss fights tend to be fairly challenging, like you need to plan ahead for them, but they're definitely SMT bosses in like the main games that are just as challenging or more challenging than some of the Velvet Room attendant fights. Although I would still say that P3 Fez Elizabeth is a pretty challenging boss fight, even by SMT standards.
What? For a second, I thought you were actually going to say something useful. How can you get all excited over such a childish urban legend like that?
Childish, huh? You don't believe it, do you?
If for no other reason than the prep time is pretty high for P3 Fez Elizabeth.
Well, it's raining tonight. Let's all try it out. Then you'll see.
Try it out? Wait, you haven't even tried it yourself? Wow. I'm trying to remember the last time I heard something this stupid. All that aside, you know that incident yesterday? You guys think it was murder?
No, I think she just fell down and accidentally ended up that way. Yes, it was murder.
Sheesh. You shouldn't joke about stuff like that. Now who's the childish one? All I am saying is, you guys better try it out tonight.
Your Midnight Channel rumor, yep, okay. As long as you have full control, P3 is very easy IMO. I think most of it's a lot easier. Excuse me. I think there are some of the floor bosses that can be kind of difficult. Like, especially early on when you don't have a lot of options for personas. Or, like, the one that's immune to everything besides, like, Almighty and ailments. Some of the fights that you can do in Monad. Monad can be difficult. No, I just mostly said that, it's unusual for games to use actual names of weapons because I think a lot of them are copyrighted. Or, like, you know, they have trademarks and stuff. At least that's the way it is with, like, cards and stuff, right? So it's unusual for them to use, like, actual names or something. Did your father call?
No. He always says he will. Oh! He's home!
What a day.
The P3 Reaper fight can also be pretty challenging. Especially if he catches you, like, before you're ready to actually fight him.
I'm back. Did anything happen while I was out?
No. You're late again.
I'm sorry. Been busy at work. Can you put the news on for me?
Next, more details in the developing story on the
SMT has the M16 and the M60, okay. As well as the M134. Okay. I think I could visualize those.
Yamano's dead body was found hanging above a house in this isolated rural
Yeah, I don't know. Like I said, I've thought about, like, it might be kind of fun to play some FPS games on stream at some point. Maybe on, like, the Tuesday, Thursday streams. I was playing, like, a mod of Halo 1 last night.
It is confirmed that
Halo
Miss
Combat
Yamano
Evolved.
had been involved in an affair
It was kind of
with
interesting.
Taro Namatame, husband of Enka singer Misuzu Hiragi.
You play as, it was a mod that lets you play the, like, flood level as a Marine. It was kind of interesting. It was okay. It had some cool moments in there, but it adds this, like, weird camera filter to it, and it made it hard to see what was going on, but it was kind of an added challenge. It wasn't too bad. It only took me, like, 20-25 minutes to actually beat. It was fun. It's a follow-up report about the incident yesterday. When Miss Yamano, the TV announcer, was alive, she was... Okay, yeah. Yep.
The police plan to investigate this relationship and question any personnel involved with them. In addition, we now bring you an exclusive interview with the local student who found Miss Yamano's body.
An interview with a kid? Where the hell did they find her?
What went through your mind when you saw it? Could you tell she was dead? Did you see her face?
That report sounds way too enthusiastic about somebody dying. Oh, the voice filter. You think you've seen her somewhere before?
Don't you think it's scary that someone was killed on a foggy day?
Huh? She was killed?
Oh, so did you see anyone suspicious around here?
No, not really.
Favorite YouTuber? I don't know. I like different YouTubers for different reasons.
We heard that you found it when you left school early. Did you have some personal business to take care of?
Huh? That's...
Seems like a little inappropriate to ask. The reporter's enthusiasm seems to be perplexing the girl. Yeah, this reporter's way too enthusiastic about this death. Looking closely, she reminds you of Saki Konishi, Yosuke-senpai.
A tragedy that occurred near the local shopping district. Many store owners are raising concerns about losing customers as a result.
If they lose more customers, it'll be because you're making such a stink about it.
One YouTuber I've been watching a little bit recently, the last couple days, that I found pretty good was Meaning in Between. He's made some pretty good videos about Halo and stuff, Red versus Blue and all that, religion in the series. I thought it was pretty interesting. His like cinematography work is really good. Like he's very clearly very skilled at like how he does his camera shots and everything. He does pretty well at it. So I guess I'd recommend him. Oh yeah, for sure. It's probably the biggest news story the guy's ever worked on. I don't know. Hey, how's it going? Wild Tiggy? Wild Tiggy? Am I Tiggy? Wild Tiggy. Am I saying that right?
I'd have to say it's a warning or a sign from the culprit.
Yes.
Sorry if you guys hear me coughing or sneezing. Like I said, I'm not completely feeling my best yet. Still a little congested and stuff. I think it's just springtime allergies for the most part.
Loads of prank calls, though.
So the cause of death is still unknown.
I don't know if you guys can hear it in my voice.
Single suspect yet?
Being slightly different. I can tell, but like it's my voice, so I can tell. But
taxpayers' funds are going to a police force who can't even figure out if this is an accident or a homicide.
okay.
We'll
Gotcha.
be right back after these messages.
Yeah. It's starting to be springtime here where I live. So, you know, plants are starting to bloom and spread their pollen and stuff. So, yeah, it was like 70 degrees Fahrenheit over here.
Every day is Customer Appreciation Day. Come see for yourself.
Like the other day. It's getting pretty warm over here too.
Every day's great at
Your Juness.
Every day's great at your Juness. Hey, Dad, can we go to Juness together sometime?
And he's asleep.
No?
He seems to be asleep.
Jeez.
Jeez Louise. I do like the ambient sounds of this game, like the rain and everything. I don't know, I do think this game looks very nice. I'm really interested to see how it'll look and feel when it gets like that remake. If one thing, I have a lot of thoughts about P3 Reload. I think it does some things very well and does some things very poorly. But I think one thing it did really well was updating the visuals of P3 Fez. And the lighting engine, especially in that game, looks very nice. So when I go to bed, I'll wake up Dan Tom to go to his own room. Not to go still watching TV. Okay. Yeah. So kind of like SMT4 then. Dojima is sleeping. You should leave him alone. Training tonight. You made a promise to try out the rumor about the Midnight Channel. Return to your home room. Yep. Watch TV in the room. Oh yeah, that's oppressively hot. I didn't, Munich. Thank you for saying that, but I did not do that. I didn't have enough time to, like, do that. I did, there was a lot more prep work than I thought there would be for the DLC fight, so I didn't get to that. Ah, well, maybe eventually I will. Thank you anyway. I see, did you watch some of the SMT4 streams off stream then? Like, did you go back and watch the VODs at all? I was wondering about that, because I know you didn't, I knew you couldn't make it to, like, some of the later ones, so I was wondering if you got to around to watching the VODs or whatever. Gotcha. Okay, so you saw the clips at least. Okay, cool. Yeah, I gotta go back and clip the last DLC one there, the Masakato fight still. I should remember to do that maybe after today's stream. SMT4 and F4A had missed this opportunity. Okay. Live in the USA? Yep. Your soulmate appears if you look into a TV on a rainy night. Could Yoshi's story be true? Yep, beat all three big ones, yep. Yeah, well, I beat him on normal. I didn't, like, go all the way around and, like, beat him on the harder difficulty. Because I would have required to do New Game Plus and, like, working our way back through a round to the point where I could challenge him again. Technically, you could challenge him from pretty much the start, but I'd have to, like, farm out a bunch of money or, like, buy out the personas or try again. I'm pretty happy with just beating him once on normal at least. Man, I feel like it's been such a long time since I've played P4. At least 2 or 3 years. At least 2 or 3 years. I think I did a modded New Game Plus run like a little while ago. That was the last time I played it. It was like 2 or 3 years ago when I did that. It was fun. Like, I don't remember, like, half the contents of these, cutscenes or anything. Ow!
Are you okay?
Kind of.
Okay. Well, good night.
Night. Nanako seems to have returned to her room. What just happened? You said to talk about it with the others tomorrow. Ba-da-da-da-da-da. No. All right. Oh boy. I might have to look this up. Oh. When Jesus was born, right? Before Christ, yeah. Most holidays are related to religion, you know. If you do some research, you may find some interesting facts. Yep. You gave the correct answer. Your knowledge has increased. Best Persona OST? Is it P4? I don't know. Like I said before, I think you can... Like, P3, P4, and P5 all have, like, different styles of music that they're going for. I think you could say that you like either one more than the other. It's all personal preference, right? I think, for me personally, I do like P4's music quite a bit. I like how cheery it is. I do like P5's jazz theme, especially since I can actually play a saxophone, but I do think I like P4's, like, cheerier vibe. P3 has a lot of good music too, but a lot of it has like a lot of English where the words don't really mean anything. But P3 Reload did a good job updating the music, in my opinion.
My senpai told me it was a third year named Saki.
Sure are a lot of buttons on those things, that's for sure. Yeah.
Yo. It's not really that important, but, well, yesterday on TV,
Yeah, despite it being centered around a murder mystery plot. I mean, it does have its darker or more serious moments for sure, but it definitely feels like a slice of life anime or something, for the most part.
Yosuke, did you hear the rumor? Saki Senpai is supposedly the one who discovered that body.
I wonder if that's why she looked so down. She doesn't seem to be at school today either.
Huh? Hey, Yukiko, are you helping out at the inn today, too?
Yeah, it is. I was just saying that the next time I play P4, I should play with the Japanese dub. But yeah, I wanted to hear the original dub. Because we've heard Chie's old VA now. But we still haven't heard Teddy's original VA.
Things are really out of hand right now. I'm sorry.
Interesting. Yeah, I just don't watch a lot of anime in general. I read a lot of manga, just don't watch a lot of anime, so.
Is it just me, or does Yukiko-san seem way stressed out today?
I guess they're running her ragged.
Man, this is long. Yeah, the intro for this game is pretty long.
Did you see it?
I've even skipped through some dialogue. Not all of it, but some of it.
Huh? Well, what about you?
Just skipping through all the dialogue off stream. It took about an hour to get through, to get to where you actually start doing the RPG battling stuff.
I couldn't quite tell who it was, but it was a girl for sure.
Maybe longer than P3?
Her hair was
They're
brown,
about the same
without
length,
shoulder
I would say.
She was wearing our
I think you get to battling actually a bit sooner in P4. It's a little bit shorter. P5 is the longest. P5 is definitely the longest in how it trenches out its mechanics and everything.
That's the same person I saw.
Like the whole entire first palace is basically a tutorial in a lot of ways in P5. And some of the like base mechanics like skill cards and stuff aren't even unlocked until halfway through the second palace. And each palace for like 3, 4, and 5, I'll add new mechanics too, to like the Velvet Room or whatever. Or at least in Royal.
And we saw the same girl? Does that mean we have the same soulmate?
Because you don't have like the fusion alarms in the original P5. But you do have like the gallows and like
how about you? Did you see it?
Itemization and all that stuff that get added as you go along with the palaces.
It sounds
gotcha.
like we all saw the same person.
Really? I didn't... So... I thought that Chie's original VA didn't go and do anything after this. Because I looked up her IMDb thing, but I didn't see her credited on anything else. So I just thought, oh, she did the like one thing and then decided like voice acting wasn't for her or something and like went to go do something else. That's kind of what I figured. Because I didn't see her credited with anything else.
But weird voices aside, what was that about getting sucked into your TV?
And then, although the Teddy one, I did look up last night to have something to talk about, was Dave Wittenberg, who's done a lot of other stuff, like a lot of other stuff, like the Final Fantasy VII movie, Digimon. I think he was in one of the more recent Yakuza games, but mostly all as side characters. Cowboy Bebop's English voice acting.
Were you that tired last night? You must have just fallen asleep in front of your TV.
Yeah, as in conflicting information from her. Yeah, who knows?
That'd be one interesting dream, though.
There's always stuff that goes on behind the scenes that we'll never know. So
I like the part
he's in
where you got
Yakuza.
stuck 'cause
Yeah,
your TV was too
Edge is
small.
just like a side guy. Like
realistic.
the accreditation is like additional voices. So like, I don't know, as like a random NPC or whatever.
Well, if it had been bigger, then... Oh, that reminds me. Our family's been talking about buying a bigger TV.
Oh, yeah? Well, flat-screen TVs are definitely in these days. Want to go check them out on the way back? We're beefing up our electronics department this month.
Okay.
Oh, definitely! My parents don't know anything about electronics, and I've just got to see my kung fu movies on the big screen!
Oh, interesting. So Naoto has a different VA as well. Okay, interesting. Yeah, I knew about Teddy and Chie. Chie because people have told me before, and Teddy because I played through the intro a little bit just to see how this would work out with getting Pixie and everything. And I noticed that Teddy's VA was different as well. Lost in Space. Am I translating that correctly, Super Saint? Or is it a different one that I'm not thinking about? Naoto had 3 VAs. Technically, I think Chie has as well. Quite a few of the Persona casts, like P3 and P4 Persona casts, have had multiple VAs between the original games, then the side games, and everything.
Wow, this is huge! And holy crap, it's expensive. Who buys something like this?
I don't know. Rich folks? Honestly, not many people shop for TVs here. That's why we don't have clerks around.
Huh. Not worth trying then, I guess. Well, at least looking's free.
Looking is always free.
Nope, can't get in. Figures.
This proves it. It was all just a dream.
Besides, these flat-screen TVs are so thin, you'd just end up on the other side. Ah, what am I saying?
Yeah, that was kind of dumb, Yosuke.
So, Chia, what kind of TV are you guys in the market for?
Oh, no, they said they wanted...
Well, miss, might I suggest this one over here? It's the newest model, just released this spring.
All right, they're just arguing over the price of the TV. Okay. Huh?
Oh yeah, what kind of TV do you...
Huh? Something wrong, you?
Is his arm in the TV?
Whoa. Is that some kind of new
I feel like this would be kind of inconvenient in regular life if you like accidentally, like, what if this applied to phones as well? Like, you go to like do a touchscreen and your hand just goes through the phone. Gosh darn it.
You gotta be kidding me. Did you really stick your hand through the screen?
I was grabbing some screenshots in Golden for the original for the thumbnail yesterday. I posted about this in Discord, but that advertisement on the left hand side of the screen, that MOO one, Moo, with like the blue background, there's like a blurry image of a girl there. At least for Golden, if for some reason it's a picture of Rise in like a blue dress. Not sure why exactly. Maybe when they were like remaking some of the assets and like trying to make them look better, they were like, well, we need a picture of a girl in a blue dress. All right, Rise it is.
Oh man, this is for real. That's some magic trick, man.
I thought at first it was like an advertisement for milk or something because it says Moo on there, but I guess it must have meant for like some TV or something.
So how's it work, huh? What's the magician's secret? Hey, don't do that! What are you doing?
Oh my god!
What do you mean, inside?
What do you mean, empty space?
Seems very spacious in here.
What do you mean, spacious?
I mean, what's going on?
Holy crap. I think this is all too much for my bladder.
Oh gosh.
What the? Are you gonna pee your pants?
I've been holding it in all day. I haven't had a chance to go. I can't hold it anymore.
Yosuke.
Shit, customers, they're coming.
What? But we got a guy half stuck in a TV here.
I'll just pull my head
What are we
out.
gonna do?
Wait,
All this, the entire Persona 4 storyline, because Yosuke had to use the bathroom. Speaking of which, I also have to use the bathroom.
Ow, I landed right on my wallet.
Man, where the heck are we? What is this place? Someplace inside Jeunesse?
Hell no, it isn't. I mean, we fell through a TV. Actually, what is going on here?
Like the P3R version of
We're
Fuka, you
still
mean?
alive, right?
Is that what you mean there? Or she sounds like the original Fuka. You guys okay? Your understanding has increased. Oh, I forgot about that, but yeah, that does increase your understanding. There are a few choices like that throughout the game that you can make to increase your stats.
Of course it is.
I was just rewarded for being a nice guy.
Whoa.
What now? Did you wet your pants?
No, stupid. Look around.
I wonder what this like TV like static effect looks like on an actual CRTV. I could find out at some point. But I feel like it would be a bit unnecessary, right? You'd just be adding on to like how grainy the image is. But I do wonder what it would look like.
There's no place like
I'll have
this
to try
in
it at some
Innova,
point.
is there?
Maybe I can load up this save on an actual PS2 at some point.
Man, this place is huge.
I got all the stuff I need to like put a hard drive in my fat PS2. I just gotta get around to it. Gotta format the hard drive correctly and like mess around with stuff. Well, I guess let's look around for now.
Huh? But look, we need to get home and
I don't know, maybe. See, well, the thing is, like,
huh?
I'm probably going to be doing Pixie only for a little while here. I'm not sure what else I would do with P4 Golden. If I did P4 Golden, it would have to be, like, only Pixie, no party members or something, no social links or whatever, no fusion. So, it would be kind of boring to watch, to be honest, I think. Like, maybe I could record it off stream, and then, like,
I don't see a way in or out.
make a video out of it or something, but just high Pixie count. Not for the rules we're going to be using, no. Maybe we'll count high Pixie for, like, SMT3 or something.
That can't be right. How could that be?
Since, you know, Pixie can evolve into high Pixie in SMT3, so then maybe we could have 2 party members instead of 1. But
I don't know. Don't ask me.
at least not for this game.
I can't take this anymore. I want to go home.
Okay, so how?
Well, let's calm down for right now.
You're right. Okay. Let's calm down and think about this. All right, so we need to find a way out.
Is there really a way out of here?
We got in, so we must be able to get out somehow.
Well, that's true, but
if there's no exit, we're trapped, so let's cross our fingers and look around.
Okay. Huh.
What is this place?
You can kind of see,
Feels different from
I
where
guess,
we were
Magatsu
before.
Inaba in the background there.
Looks like we're in some kind of building, but damn, this fog fog's so thick I can hardly see.
Are you sure we're not wandering farther away?
I can't be positive, but we've got to trust our instinct a little.
I know, but...
Seems there's no choice for now but to continue onward. I like Pixie's soul hacker design, by the way. I saw it again when I was grabbing art for the thumbnail. The, like, scarf look is kind of cool.
Hey, is it me or is the fog lighter here? No service. What a surprise.
Can't you guys slow down a little?
Odd
It's
sound
hard
effect
enough to see
for
where
opening
you're
and
going.
closing a flip phone. Very mechanical sounding.
What the?
Ah, yes.
It's a dead end. There's no exit.
It keeps getting creepier and creepier the further we go. I can't hold it any longer. My bladder's gonna explode.
Don't say that, Yusuke. I'm holding it in over here, too.
Yosuke, what are you doing?
I gotta let it out before I piss my
Yeah.
pants.
You're going here? Oh, you have
Oh,
got
Devil
to be
Summoner.
kidding.
My bad.
Turn around. I can't go if everyone's watching. I can't do it. It's all your fault if my
I think the most updated art we actually have of Pixie is from Persona 5X, the mobile game. It looks pretty good, though.
Like I care. Anyways, what's with this room?
Which version are we playing? We're playing the original PS2 version.
Check out these posters.
Persona 4 Golden would be too easy for one Persona run with how shuffle time works, and it's an excuse to play the original version of P4, which I haven't before.
Dude, this chair and rope, that kind of arrangement is never good. It's tied in a noose. Is this a scarf?
Oh, that's where Pixie's scarf went. Doki Doki Literature Club, anybody?
Come on, let's go back to where we came from and look somewhere else for an exit.
I always forget that Yosuke, like, freaks out and, like, I gotta pee, and just, like, pees in the corner of Akechi's, like, room. Do you think, like, when we come back later in the game, it's just, like, Akechi's like, somebody's been here. Ah, that stinks! Oh my gosh, what animal watered in my room?
Who cares? Let's go. I am sick of this place.
Okay.
And I'm not feeling so good.
Now that you mention it, me too.
It does, but only on New Game Plus, same as Golden. I looked for a way to... Oh, you mean Marie. Sorry, I misread that as Margaret. It does have Margaret. But Marie and all of her stuff is Golden, so we won't be doing that. Which will make the game a little bit shorter, but that's fine, honestly.
Alright, let's go back. I'm seriously starting to feel sick.
Yeah, Magatsu Izanagi, I think. The giant eyeball dude is the final boss of this version of the game, I think. I don't know if you could confront the final boss of Golden at all in this game. That'll be interesting to see.
We finally made it back
Because
here.
otherwise, like... Yeah. That's odd, considering, then. Because, like, at least the gas station attendant thing in this game is also set up, so it feels weird that you can't, like, talk about it at all.
Wait, what's that?
You just have to kind of theorize about it. Maybe we'll have to go and talk to her later. I know she has some different dialogue throughout the game if you go and talk to her. I remember that when I was playing Persona 4 Golden last time. You can go and talk to her a few times and, like, her dialogue will change. And it's kind of interesting to see if you know, like, what's up with her.
There's something over there.
Uh-oh, here he comes! Kuma Kuma Kuma. That's a fun manga slash anime. Kuma Kuma Kuma.
What is this thing? A monkey? A bear?
What in the world? That's what I want to know. Who are you guys?
It talked! What are you? You want to fight?
Don't yell at me like that.
Not Izanagi is in PS2. Oh, so you can like talk to her and stuff. You just don't have the whole boss fight with Marie. What is this place?
This place is what it is. It doesn't have a name. It's where I live.
You live here?
If I was you guys, I'd hurry back to the other side. Someone's been throwing people in here. It's a big headache.
I always forget how like little screen space that they have to work with this aspect ratio, because you can see there that Teddy's like talking head sprite is like covering most of Yosuke, for example.
Huh? Throwing
I guess
people
there's a
in?
reason why
What are you
they moved
talking
away
about?
from it when they could.
I don't know who's doing it. I just want them to think before they go doing things like that.
Not really.
What's your problem? What gives you the right to yell at
I
us
have a
like that?
list of one sec. I have a list of games to play that is currently, let me see here, 806 games long. So I think I'm good on recommendations for video games for the time being. Like once I get through like most of those 806 video games, maybe I'll start like looking for more suggestions, but for the time being.
What are you? Where are we? What the heck's going on here?
Honestly, I'd rather ask like real people than
I
ChatGPT.
already told you.
GPT is only aggregating what a bunch of other people have said anyway.
Anyways, you should hurry back.
What it comes down to is, you want us to get out of here, right?
Well, so do we. We just don't know how, damn it. That's why I'm saying I'll let you out.
It's interesting because you can see where the basis of like the voice that the golden voice actor did, like the intonation is kind of the same, but like the voice is definitely different.
Like I keep saying, we don't know where the frickin' exit. Wait, what?
Whereas the GAVA kind of changed things up quite a bit from the original.
Where did these TVs come from?
Teddy's VA seems to have tried to replicate the original voice when he did his performance in Golden.
Okay, now go, get out of here. I'm a busy bear.
What's going on now? Whoa! Hey, what are you doing?
Or at least use it as a basis.
Stop pushing.
Your Juness.
Huh? Is this?
Did we make it back?
Bum bum.
Attention shoppers. Our daily limited time sale will now begin at the side dish area on the first floor. Why not try the delicious... All ages are...
Bum 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 bum.
It's already that late?
Alright. At this point, I'm just gonna skip through things until we get to the first dungeon, I guess, or the first boss fight for Yosuke's thing. The rest of this is mostly just kind of getting around to that point, so. Also, we're like 2 hours in, and we still have a good amount left to go before we even get to Yukiko's
Hey, well,
dungeon, so should probably start to skim through some of this dialogue. Just seeing cup ramen for dinner.
well, I doubt you'd know. But have you heard anything about a student named Saki Kun?
She wasn't at school today.
Oh, I see. to be honest, we got a call from her family. She's disappeared.
Oh yeah, I saw that P3R was getting a crossover with P5X. I don't know. If P5X ever gets an official, like, English release or anything like that, I'll probably play it. Probably play it a little bit on stream. But honestly, I don't want to add another gacha game into my life, thanks. So I probably wouldn't play it too much. Kind of like how I do have the SMT mobile game, but I don't play it too much.
We've got people looking
It's just such
for
a time sink, you know?
She hasn't been found yet. Work just keeps piling up.
And now, more on the case still cast not
All right.
long up until...
Yep, yep. Oh, yeah. The dude being creepy about Yukiko.
Is the ramen ready now?
Okay.
Give it some more time.
I think they had one in the original P3 Fez. Didn't they? Wasn't it called Infinity or something and it made you like invulnerable for a turn? I think it was part of the strategy for Elizabeth where you had to use that when she was about to use her Pixie Megidolon.
Are you sick? You're probably still adjusting to the new environment. Nanako, could you get him some cold medicine?
I'm also feeling sick IRL, so this is Lord accurate. Okay. Let me go use the bathroom real quick, and then when I get back, we'll... Oop, that's the wrong thing. When I get back, we'll go ahead and... No, I'm sitting off the toilet. Hold on. Let me just fix that. And then when I get back, we'll go ahead and keep going a sec. Alright, I go use the bathroom, and then I will be right back. Alright. Back. Okay. That was Anada and Vishnu. My bad. Okay. Wrong Indian deities. I think Anada is Indian, right? Indian Hindu. Okay. Yep. Wrong one. This one. There we go. Okay. My bad. Alright. People who are sick should stay in bed. There's fog today, so you should go to sleep early to catch a cold. You should go straight to bed tonight. A spring cold can be tough. Indeed it can be. Might as well save a minute. In case, like, something goes wrong Yeah, we wouldn't want to have to replay a giant chunk of the intro. Okay. Well, we'll figure it out when we get there. Oh, dead body time. Womp womp.
Oh, you're up. Well, I'm off.
Hi, bye. Dojima left the house. Okay.
Dad has to go do something. He got a call, so he left.
Nanako looks worried. You can hear this girls gossiping.
When I looked, I saw 3.
Okay.
You live.
Okay. You hear sirens nearby. Seems there's been an incident. You decide to head to school. Dojima's probably going to be home late today again. Okay, we're going to skip through most of this. This is just the announcement. Hey, somebody's dead. All that stuff.
Hey, everyone, please settle down. First, the prince.
I regret to say that I have a terrible announcement for all of you. One of our third year has passed away. If they...
Okay.
All right. I have been assured by the faculty that there's been no evidence that bullying was involved in the incident. So mind what you say.
Gotcha. Yeah. Well, I'll try and stick that advice somewhere in the back of my head so I can remember when I get to it in like 3 years, but yeah.
She died the same way as that announcer, right? It's so creepy.
Well, last time it was from an antenna, but this time she was hanging from a telephone pole. It's gotta be a serial murder case.
Someone said the cause.
Okay.
Oh,
Gossip, gossip, gossip.
Sheesh, it's easy to toss around theories if you're not personally involved.
Hey, did you guys check out the TV last night?
Yosuke, not you too.
Just listen for a sec. Something kept bothering me, so I watched it again, and I think the girl on the screen was Saki-senpai. There's no mistaking it.
Ah, yes, the theme of sitting around talking about a mystery. I'll be hearing this a lot.
What?
It's a good song.
You heard
It just gets
Senpai's body was
used
found in
a
a similar
lot.
situation as that announcer's, right? Well, remember that guy you told us about? How he was all excited that his soulmate was the announcer? Maybe Ms. Yamano might have been on that midnight channel before she died too.
Hold on, are you saying people who appear on that TV die?
Plus, remember what that bear thing said? How that place was dangerous and we should leave before the fog clears? And that room with the posters on the wall. It has to have something to do with the announcer's death. I mean, don't you think there's some kind of connection there? Couldn't that work? Well, what do you think?
You might be right. In fact, I know you're right.
So it's not just me, huh? Which means...
Okay. Back in the TV world we go.
You think we can rely on the police? They haven't made any progress on the announcer's
Oh yeah,
case.
for sure.
Besides, Even if we told them about the world inside the TV, there's no way they're gonna believe us.
Fair.
If I'm completely off base with this, that's fine. It's just, I need to know why Senpai had to die like this.
Oh, Yosuke.
After what I've seen and what I've put together, there's no way I can ignore it now. Sorry, but you're the only person who can help me. I'm gonna go get ready. I'll be waiting for you at Junes.
Yosuke has asked you to take him into the TV world again.
I can kinda understand how he feels. But we can't be sure we'll be able to get out safely again. What should we do?
Well, we gotta go with Yosuke. I'm going with Yosuke, one way or another.
You serious?
Can't just let him go by himself.
Anyways, let's go to Junes. We can't leave Yosuke alone.
One thing that I wish that P4 did in the actual game is do the whole shadow of the protagonist thing. I know the anime does it pretty well, but I kind of wish that we saw a little bit of something like that with P4 Golden or something, maybe. Can't just leave it alone.
Yeah, I thought not. I'm glad to know you're that kind of guy. Don't worry, I'm not going in without a plan. Chie, I'm leaving you in charge of this.
Huh? What's that? A rope?
We'll go in with this tied to me. So I want you to hold on to this and wait here.
What? Then is this a lifeline?
Here, this is for you.
You've taken a golf club. Taken 3 medicine.
I thought it might be better than going in empty-handed.
Yeah, I'll make good use of the medicine.
All right, let's go. There's no use wasting any more
All right,
time.
well, let's see how bad the
Chie,
first boss fight is
let go of the rope.
on hard difficulty here. It shouldn't be too bad. This boss fight is fairly straightforward with the Yosuke shadow thing. It can be kind of difficult sometimes. It's just annoying if you die because we have to go back through like some of the intro there. It's a good thing I saved last night, but yeah. If you don't save there or something, you know, you can really get blindsided and have to do like 20-30 minutes of talking over again or skip through it. Nope. Well.
See, I knew this wasn't gonna work. Now what?
But yeah, I should be fine for the most part, as long as I remember to guard at the right times. And make use of the medicine that we get.
Is this? Look, this is the same place as last time.
Alright. Teddy. Teddy's back. Hey, we're looking for clues. It was you two who threw in somebody. No, we didn't throw in anybody. Wait, somebody was thrown in here. Onimusha 2 made me appreciate the medicine item far more than I used to.
We don't need.
Well, so much for our lifeline.
Do you have proof? Prove to me you're not throwing people in here.
That doesn't work that way.
See? So it is you guys.
Hey, listen up. Because people have died in our world. Every time the fog appears, a dead body shows up with it. It has to be related to this place somehow. If you know something, tell us.
A dead body?
I forgot how like mysterious the TV world is at the start of the game.
If it's foggy on your side, the fog lifts here. It's really dangerous.
I feel like Persona 4, because it's a murder mystery as a game, you can only get the full experience of once, like the first time you play it. I guess that's true of a lot of games, though.
I get it.
Huh? If you get it, then explain it to us, damn it! If it's foggy on our side, it isn't in here? Shadows get violent?
That's why I said to hurry back. It's dangerous when that happens. Okay, no more questions.
All right.
What is something?
Yeah, I was going through PS2 games to download yesterday for the PS2 hard drive thing, and I was like, oh yeah, Onimusha. So I was like downloading a whole bunch of stuff. What do you mean?
Only me and Shadows are here. I told you before.
We don't know what these shadow things are.
Yes, we do. We all know what these shadow things are, all right? Oh. Whoop.
Whoa! What the hell are you? It's empty inside.
Me? The culprit? I wouldn't do such a thing. I just live here. I just want to live
I wonder
here
what
peacefully.
Teddy will sound like when it's human Teddy. Because he does sound different even in his golden VA.
Okay.
Slightly.
I believe that you guys aren't the culprits.
I wonder if he still makes that squeaky noise. Oh, if we can't change outfits, I don't know if we can get rid of the squeaky noise if he's in the party. Because his footsteps in Persona 4 Golden at least go squeak, 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 squeak. Unless he's in his one of his human forms for his costume. But if there are no costumes in this game, because they didn't add that until Golden, then you might just always be squeaking. Ugh, that'll be annoying.
Promise me, or else.
Okay. Yeah, I think I remember seeing the news of the HD port.
You little... This can't keep going on. My home here will be a complete mess. And then...
What are you crying for all of a sudden? Jeez, this thing's really weirding me out.
Mysterious Bear is asking you to help to find the culprit behind this. Someone on the outside is throwing people into this world. If the culprit isn't you, he wants you to find the real culprit. Mysterious Bear seems serious about this.
Hey,
it's interesting that for the narration, it still shows the spot for the name, but it like doesn't actually show a name there. Igor's words, yeah.
It seems you will encounter a misfortune at your destination, and a great mystery will be imposed upon you.
I really do wonder what they're going to do with Igor for P6. I guess they'll just cast a new VA for him for English side. Since the original English VA passed away for around the time of P5, so. Which is a real shame, because he did a very good job in P3 and P4 in my opinion. I promise.
Thank you.
Damn bear.
I do bounce now.
Holding a gun to our heads.
Yeah, no. I'd like to keep improving like the layout and the little PNG guy. This amount was as much as I could do while also working on that video. But I have plans.
But it's true that we came here to figure things out.
When I get some time here,
So far, we're
I'll start
completely in the
working on
dark.
that as one of my next projects.
Look for the culprit, huh? Bring it on. You got my word too.
Fusion World?
Might as well introduce ourselves.
Do you mean the Velvet Room attendants?
And this is my buddy. You got
I mean,
a name?
it'll obviously feature a new cast. I don't understand. I don't know why it wouldn't have a whole new cast, like, of main characters.
Teddy.
Figures.
It's kind of funny that because he's called Kuma, or just Bear, in the original Japanese, they just called him Teddy here. But the reason why he's called Teddy and not just like Bear or something is because of Teddy Bear, which in itself is like a reference to a story about Teddy Roosevelt, one of America's presidents. Teddy Roosevelt is such a character, man. I have a whole biography about him that I have to read at some point sitting on my shelf. I actually did finish the book I was on
In the first place.
the other day, so that was fun. Been reading that on and off for like the last 2 or 3 years. It was a very dense book. There's a lot to think about in it. It was pretty good. Part of it was I just haven't been reading as much as I used to in like high school or anything.
Last person. You mean Saki-senpai?
Oh, we're still going through the intro. Don't worry. You can go, well, It'll probably be at least another half an hour until we get to like be able to like walk around the open world and everything. But or the overworld, I guess I should say. Oh.
What are these glasses for?
Yeah, he was also in P1 and P2. I think P6 should be the start of a new trilogy. I don't know, like it's not like P3, P4, and P5 were a trilogy.
The difference is like night and day. With these on, it's like the fog doesn't exist.
I think I was talking about the P3 and P4 English VA. I'm pretty sure he passed away around the time of P5, which is why P5 Igor barely speaks.
Well, I've been
if
here
I remember
for a
correctly.
long time, so you can rely on me. But I can only show you where the place is. You guys will have to defend yourselves.
What happened to relying on you? There better not be any monsters, you understand? We brought weapons, but I mean, they're more for show. We just got
Oh,
here.
was it the Japanese
If it's so
VA?
dangerous,
Okay,
why don't
my
you
bad.
do something instead of relying on us?
No way. I've got no muscles. Oh, I'll give
Okay.
you guys moral support from a safe distance. How's that sound?
Can Teddy really not fight? Try pushing Teddy. Yep, he fell right over. I don't know if you can count P2 Part 2 as part of a trilogy, to be fair. It's just they couldn't put all of P2 into one disc or one game, so they just made a second one.
Wait!
I mean, it'll probably be a new era of Persona, because it's been 10 years since we've last had a Persona game with Persona 5, right?
District. What's going on here?
So it probably will feel different, you know?
Things are getting so tangled. I don't know what to do.
By the way, why are you standing
But
so
I wouldn't
far
say
from us?
necessarily that P3, 3, 4, and 5 are necessarily a trilogy. It's not like, you know, the original Star Wars trilogy or something where you have to, like, watch them in order and everything.
You better not be planning to hightail it if something does come up.
Of course not. I mean, I can't stand too close, you know? I'd get in your way.
Like, you wouldn't say that Final Fantasy 7, 8, and 9 are a trilogy either, right? It's kind of like that. Yes, glasses. I thought it'd be fun to have glasses. Yeah, I just put them on. I thought it'd be have a few different of the faces with glasses. Made those yesterday. I was gonna use them in the thumbnail, but then I ended up going a different direction for the thumbnail.
But out of all the places in town, why'd they replicate this one?
How should I know? This is reality for the one who's here.
As usual, nothing you say makes any sense. But if this is our shopping district, we're not far from Saki-senpai's.
Oh, we're almost to the first actual battle.
I knew it. Just
All right. Show me the first battle. Come on. It's been 2.5 hours. Let's get an actual RPG battle, shall we? Forgot how much this intro mirrors the top of the P3 top of the building intro as well, with the blue mask enemies again. At least he didn't have to tear off his own face to get this power, or shoot himself in the head.
So...
Oh yeah, no, the reload awakening cutscene is like not nearly as good as the original animated version. I don't know why they chose not to reanimate that. I don't know why. Like, out of all the cutscenes in the game, the awakening one didn't get reanimated. Why? Like, that is like,
Stay calm and listen.
ugh.
Some shadows
This is really weird, which cutscenes they chose to have reanimated into 2D. Like, they animated the beach scene, because of course they did, with like the girls coming out in their swimwear, but then they didn't reanimate the awakening scene, or like this stupid like outfit cutscene where they are like, oh, we have the armbands now, oh, don't we look cool in our updated designs? I don't care. Why is there a 3-minute cutscene of them walking out with like armbands, and I don't get it in a good awakening cutscene now? Can't believe it. Bugs me so much. Break away, let me out. Are you setting me out? Can you set me free from this middle world? And a black man in his soul. Ba-da-ba-na-na, ba-na-na-na, na-na-na-na-na.
Congratulations, Sensei!
Okay. For sure. Yeah. The glasses do stand out and stuff, and it's cool that they're color-coded and everything. But the mask thing, while a decent summoning animation, does lack a little bit of style to it, doesn't it? It'll be interesting to see how P6 does it.
Whoa, what was that? Did I hear you say persona? Well, I mean, what did you do?
I wouldn't mind the new outfits cutscene. It's just odd to me that they chose to animate that, but they chose not to animate the awakening cutscene in like an actual like 2D animation.
Hey, you think I can do it too?
It's not that there are 2D animation cutscenes for that stuff. It's the choice of like which things got reanimated, which things were kept as like 3D in-game renderings and stuff.
Calm down, Yosuke. You're troubling Sensei.
Like the death of Chidori probably could have been its own animated cutscene as well. You know?
Gosh almighty, you're amazing, Sensei. I can't believe...
Okay. Okay. Sorry. Just seeing Teddy get shoved is always a good time. It happens too rarely.
All right.
No, I don't hate Teddy, but he can get very annoying at times, for sure.
Man, I wonder what could have happened to Senpai here.
I wish Janess would go under.
It's all because of that store.
What the?
I heard that Konishi-san's daughter is working there.
Oh my, how could she with her family's business suffering like it is?
I heard their sales have gone downhill because of Juness.
Stop it.
That poor father, to have his own daughter working for the enemy.
What a troublesome child.
Hey, Ted.
Yes. Yes, indeed. Actually. Yeah, it's too bad I don't have hands. Otherwise, I could do like a push-us up glasses one as well.
You said that this place is reality for those that are here, right? So, does that mean this was Senpai's reality when she wandered in here?
I only know about what's over here.
Fine. Whatever's going on here, we'll find out ourselves.
I don't know. People have like their own small like in groups and stuff, and like a sense of solidarity and or whatever. They just want something to complain about.
Damn it, not again.
I don't know. It's kind of like the same thing where it's like with Amazon and stuff. where like Amazon probably did put a lot of like smaller stores out of business, like with physical locations and stuff, but it also did bring in a lot of jobs to different places and like employs a lot of people. And
Senpai's dad?
there's a lot of businesses that run entirely a lot off of online shipping and stuff that wouldn't have been viable otherwise. So things move around, business and jobs move around.
Who's owned this store for generations. Is it the money, or did you meet some guy there? Just tell me why you have to work there of all places.
I can't believe this. She seemed like she had fun at work. She never said anything like this to me.
Yeah.
You're telling me this was how Senpai really saw
People
things?
just want something to complain about, or like somebody they can complain to.
These photos. Hey, is this? It's the photo we took the other day with the other part-timers at Junes. Why is it cut up like this?
The scrap of photo shows Asaki Konichi smiling. Yosuke is standing next to her.
I never had the chance to say it.
Oh, I love this like twist here.
Is that Senpai's voice?
I always wanted to tell Hana-chan.
Huh? Me?
That he was a real pain in the ass.
I love this twist. This is so good. I always wanted to tell Yosuke that he's such an idiot. Granted, it's like probably the worst parts of her saying this, but like still.
But he takes it completely the wrong way and gets all enthusiastic. What a dick.
Pain in the ass?
Who cares about Junes anyway? Because of that store, our business is ruined. My parents hate me. The neighbors talk behind my back. I wish everything would just disappear.
It's a lie. This can't be. Senpai's not like that. It's so sad. I feel so sorry for myself. Boo-hoo.
It'll be interesting to hear Shadow Chie, since it's the other VA.
Actually, I'm the one who thinks everything's a pain in the ass. Huh? Who are you? Yeah, right. How long are you going to keep deluding yourself? Screw the shopping district and Junes too. You're sick of everything, especially living out in the sticks. What are you saying? That's not true. You put on a good show of being carefree and happy-go-lucky because you're so terrified of being alone.
Yeah, I figured it'd take a while to get through the intro today. If we could at least get to Yukiko's castle today, we'd be doing pretty good, I think. And then tomorrow we can get, like, hopefully through the rest of the dungeon and, like, start hanging out with some people.
And what's this about checking out this world for Saki-senpai's sake? Ha! I know the real reason you came snooping. Stop it! Why so panicked? I thought I was just spouting bullshit. Or maybe I do know everything you're thinking. Why's that? Because I am you. You just came because you thought it sounded like a good time. What else is there to do out in this shithole? The world inside the TV. Now that's exciting. You didn't have a single other reason for coming here, did you? It's not true. Stop.
Oh,
Stop it.
He's gonna say it. He's gonna say it.
Just trying to act like a big shot.
Oh, hello, chat box. You're excited today, aren't you? I wonder what's doing that.
Her death was the perfect.
Nobody even said anything there. It just like refreshed for some reason.
That's not true. What are you? Who are you? I already told you. I'm you. Your shadow. There's nothing I don't know about you. Screw that. I don't know you. You can't be me, you son of a bitch!
I forgot he swore there.
That's right. Say it again. You're you're not me.
Who won the lottery? I did. Ooh, smell that air. Couldn't you just drink it like booze?
Me now. I'm not you anymore, see?
I forgot there were so many anime cutscenes in the first part of P4. Although it obviously tapers off quite quickly. Is it gonna do that every time with the like white effect? Maybe that's intentional. Or maybe it's just a weird emulation thing.
I'll crush everything that bores me. Starting with you. Out of the way.
Yeah. Alright.
Get out of my face! How long can you survive this?
This one's much stronger than the last type. Be careful. Whenever you feel threatened.
Okay. Ba-ba-da-bow. Ba-da-ba-ba-ba-da-da-da-dum.
That's not gonna work.
He's power charged, so I'm defending. Yeah. Yeah, this is gonna be kind of hard because we're on hard difficulty. But we should be fine for the most part. I just have to keep an eye on my health and make sure I use those medicine when I need to.
Don't underestimate me.
It's guarding its weak point.
Out of the way.
Isn't this still called power charge? Oh, no, it's just called charge, isn't it? Trying to save some SP here.
Pain in the ass.
There's power charge, okay. So just guard.
You're getting to be a real pain. All right, I'm gonna crush you with everything I got.
Right, yeah. Yeah, I didn't think about that, but yeah, you're right, it has changed over, hasn't it? I'll have to heal after this turn.
That's not gonna work.
Should I defend or heal here? Let me think. I think math-wise, I should just guard. He's gonna deal about 14 damage, I think. Yeah, 14 exactly. Yeah, now I'm low on health. Oh, I did notice that the outline there goes red when you're low health. That's cool. I don't know if that's in golden, but it's the first time I'm noticing that. And then we're just gonna guard here. Yeah. This fight is kind of slow if you're on hard or anything, but... better to take it slow than, like, lose and have to go through a bunch of dialogue again.
Here comes an attack. Defend yourself.
Get out of my sight.
Yep, there we go. Okay. My only worry was that we'd die and have to do a bunch of story again there, but so far so good. I think that's the... we have like one more battle we have to do with Izanagi. I think the next battle we do gives us the shovel time tutorial, which always seems to give Pixie. If not, pretty close to that, so... and then we can swap over to Pixie and use her for the rest of the game.
Yosuke, are you okay?
Yeah. What happened? You're not me.
That thing came from you, Yosuke. You have to admit it, or it'll go berserk again.
You mean berserk? Everyone's the same inside.
Is that supposed to be comforting? Damn it. Hurts to face yourself. I knew it wasn't lying. I was so ashamed that I didn't want to admit it. You're me, and I'm you. When you get down to it, all of this is me.
The strength of heart required to face oneself has been made manifest. I haven't used Yosuke too much in Golden, but I think he's actually supposed to be a fairly good party member. Probably you'd be using him a bit more, since we don't have a way of covering physical skills outside of our party members, so people like him, Chia, and Kanji are going to be more useful than otherwise they would be.
This is my persona.
The other thing, too, is because we're not playing Golden, we won't be able to get the third evolutions, so there's, like, those unique skills and stuff we won't be able to get. Or, no, I guess not third evolution, but third form. Second evolution.
We heard Senpai's voice. I wonder if that was something Senpai had been keeping deep down inside. He was a real pain in the ass, huh? What a way to find out. Jeez, this is so embarrassing. If you weren't here, I don't know what would have happened. Thanks. Hey, Teddy. Could Senpai have been attacked by her other self here? Like how it just happened to me?
I think so. The shadows here were originally born from humans. Sometimes the fog clears, then they all go berserk. And you saw what happens next. A strong-willed shadow draws others to it, and the big mass of shadows kills the host.
So that's why people die when it gets foggy in our world.
Yosuke's pretty worn out. This world isn't made for humans.
Hmm.
It's not comfortable for you here. I don't hear any more voices. I think we're done with
I was
this
gonna
place.
put Death down here, but I wonder if I should just put it like below me, or like put it up here and put myself down here. Yeah.
Let's go back.
We haven't had any deaths yet, so I haven't been using it yet, but I'm sure it'll come up eventually, so I'll just put it there now. Could make
Teddy,
myself a little bit bigger,
you
probably.
said that this place is reality for people who enter, right?
Like, yay big? Yeah, that should be good. Okay.
So that shopping district and the weird room we saw before, did they exist because the ones who died entered this world and it became their reality? I guess what I'm trying to ask is, did those places form because of the people who entered this world?
I'll keep that hidden for now, since we don't need it.
I don't know. It's never happened
At least for the
before.
moment.
But that's probably where they were when the shadows attacked them.
This world killed them then?
The fog does lift here sometimes.
Could a Persona game work outside of
Shadows get really
Japan?
violent then.
Yeah, I think it could.
I always get so scared I have to hide when it happens.
But the culture would be very different.
I sensed people here twice
I feel
before,
like
both of them
a lot of the
disappeared
devs
after
draw on
fog
their own
lifted.
experiences of growing up in the places that they did for these games, though, since they're so intrinsically linked to like high school ever since P3. Where, if you're allowed to pick, I mean, it'd be kind of neat to see somewhere in the United States, but like, I don't know, I feel like you'd have to kind of go back a little bit. Like, it'd be kind of cool to see one set in like maybe the 90s or something. 90s America.
Senpai and that Yamano lady were
Or even
thrown
like
in here,
early
and since
2000s.
they couldn't get out, they wandered around. After a while, that shadow thing came out of them.
Yeah, but then you wouldn't be able to have like
berserk,
fake
and
guns.
it
You could
ended up
take fun fake guns into the other world. How? Well, I guess at least you'd have lots of choices for melee weapons.
Does that sound right? So if I'd been
Yeah, I would have to. It would be very. I feel like it would be very
been
different.
in much deeper trouble.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure. You were lucky. Sensei and me were here with you.
Damn it. Senpai and that announcer, they were stuck here all alone. No one could save them.
Yosuke. They disappeared when the fog lifted, but they were safe before that. No shadows attacked them. They attacked us, though. Maybe they're keeping a close eye on us. They might see people who investigate this place as enemies. It'll be dangerous.
Okay. All right. Let's. We need to find the culprits. Resolution made. We're gonna find that culprit. All right. We made a promise after all.
You'll keep your word?
Well, you're the one who said you weren't letting us out unless we do.
Oh, that's right. Okay, I'll let you out.
Why does the chat keep doing that? That's so weird. I'll have to look that up. Maybe it's a bug with I don't know, because I'm not doing anything differently. Like, it's the same type of chat box that's on the starting soon screen, like on this screen here. See, like, even if I swap over to this screen, you can see it's all on the TV thing there, right? But when I swap to this, apparently, I don't know why, but it keeps like refreshing every once in a while. Very odd. I don't understand why.
Waiting for you guys here.
I'll have to look and see if anybody else has had that. It's not a big deal. It's just kind of surprising when it happens. The TV at Junes.
You could come in from somewhere else, but then you won't end up here. You might show up somewhere I couldn't get to you. Then you'd be doomed.
How do we feel about the original Teddy's VA? He's a lot less high-pitched and less, like, over-energetic than the golden one.
Well, pretty much.
It'll be interesting to see how Chie and Teddy and I guess Naoto's voices sound throughout the game, especially at some of their big points, like their awakenings and stuff.
Roger that.
I'll probably skim over some parts of the story, to be honest. Like stuff like, you know, the summer camp thing, like, oh no, the girls' cooking is terrible. All right, cool, we got the joke, let's move on.
Okay,
you know?
go. Squish.
Hey, stop squeezing, you little...
You're Junes. Huh?
You guys came back!
Why are you so sad about it?
Chie? Whoa, what's with that face?
New glasses? Yeah. Oh, I should actually take them off. Well, no, we're still wearing them technically.
Ow!
The nerve of you guys! You are such morons! I can't believe this! You guys suck! The rope got cut off and I had no idea what to do. I was so worried. I mean scared stiff, damn it! I hate you both!
I think that might have kind of sort of been our fault. Maybe we did go a little too far. Let's apologize to her tomorrow.
It is indeed.
I'm completely
P4 Golden would have been too easy with the one persona challenge thing because of how shuffle time works in that game. Plus an excuse to play the original, so.
Well, see you in the morning.
Near the floodplain. Oh, hey, Yukiko.
Hmm?
I really like the ambience
Are you
of this game,
surprised to see me dressed
especially
this
with the
way?
rain and everything.
My parents sent me out on an errand.
What's wrong with Golden Shuffle Time? Nothing too much. Well, it just, they reworked it. It's kind of not great here. It's kind of honestly worse in some ways than P3 Fez's. So they reworked it in Golden to be a bit more dynamic, where you can like chain. It's got like its own like little mini kind of like solitaire almost kind of way it works, where picking up cards with bad effects lets you pick up more cards. Picking up all the cards guarantees a shovel time after your next battle. But some of those effects, those positive effects you can get, are pretty strong when you're only using one persona. Things like extra stats, things like upgrading your current persona's skills to something you wouldn't be able to get otherwise. For example, I was able to take Izanagi all the way through my original Persona 4 Golden playthrough because of those, because he just kept getting more and more stats and better skills because I kept using him. And so I guess if there was one thing I'd have to say that was wrong with Golden Shuffle Time is that it makes it way too easy to take one persona all the way through the game because of how many stats and like how easy it is to upgrade skills and like keep your persona skills current, right? And plus you have skill cards. So say you get like resist ice or something on a persona. Once you get to the point where you can upgrade skills, there's like a cap, I think, depending on how your progression through the game. But you could get, for example, like null ice like way before you should be able to, or like absorb or repel ice like way before you should be able to, if you get lucky with like a fusion evolution from Shuffle Time. So it just makes it way too easy to take like one persona all the way through the game. If I wanted it to be reasonably difficult, I'd have to do like no party members and everything and like no social links, which would be kind of fun, but like also would be kind of boring to watch on stream and everything.
Are you getting used to your new town and school?
That's my opinion on Shuffle Time and P4 Golden, at least. I think it's a good rework, but I think it makes taking one persona all the way through the game pretty easy. I like it here.
Really? But it must be difficult moving to a place you know nothing about.
Well, it would be, but I've been here a few times before.
I've never been out of Inaba, so I wouldn't know what it's like to transfer to a new school.
Do they pronounce it Inaba? I thought it was pronounced Inaba.
Oh, are you getting along with Chie? I mean, I always leave early.
Is it Inaba or Inaba? Is it I or E that it's pronounced? What's your plan for this Pixie only run? So the plan is that I'm allowed to make new Pixies, but I have to... Pixie is the only persona I can use in battle. The reason why I say I'm allowed to remake Pixie is because we have random skill inheritance here. So Pixie literally can't inherit any dark or physical skills, which physical skills is a big, like, ooh thing. The other reason is if I didn't allow myself to remake Pixie throughout this playthrough, there'd be no reason to do social links. There's a reason to do social links even without fusion in every other version of Persona 3 through 5, like every single version. Like even P3 Fez, you have the whole itemization system with weapons and stuff, so it's still worth like doing the social links to get like the ultimate sword, or like to be able to make Messiah for the ultimate armor or something, right? And there's like a way to increase stats even if you are using up in-game time to do so. So you can, like, you know, increase your stats or whatever at the arcade for Pixie, right? But with Persona 4, the only way to increase stats outside of leveling is to randomly get an effect. When you pull a blank card, there's a random chance of either a good or bad effect happening that can permanently up or raise or lower stats on a persona that you have currently equipped, or like raise or lower the a skill's like ranking. So you could get like a skill that gets down ranked or up ranked. I'm not sure what the rates are on that, like if it's more likely to be good than bad, but just like the fact that you aren't able to pick, like even like you can't even pick, oh, I might get something good or might get something bad. It's just you get a blank card and you might get one of like 10 different random effects, and that effect may be good or bad. So there's no like good consistent way to get Pixie's stats up or like get new skills on her without fusion. And because it's random skill inheritance, we can't like min-max her build anyway to too high of a degree, and she literally can't get physical skills or dark skills. Dark skills don't matter as much, but physical is much better in this game than it was in P3. So, you know. Also, you can't pass down quote-unquote unique skills. So, for example, you could pass around Die For Me in P3 Fez. They took that out here in P4. So, Die For Me, or say, like, well, I guess Die For Me and Hasatobai couldn't be passed down to Pixie anyway, because she can't inherit either of those skills. But say, like, something like, Mara Logidon or something can't be passed to Pixie in this game, so... I remember grinding out Tartarus and Reload and getting the Spear Drain. Pogged my brains out. Yeah, I've definitely gone like, Pog! I think I said like Pog out loud when I was grinding for skill cards in P4 Golden one time. When I got like a really good skill card in P4 Golden. I think I got like Repel Physical like towards the end of the game. And I was just like, oh! Oh! We're getting along. She could be a bit of a handful sometimes, but...
I'm glad to hear that.
Sorry, back to talking to Yukiko.
Supportive, you know? It's always her who gives me the little extra push I need. We had homeroom together last year, too. And I still remember how we'd cut class sometimes.
No, it doesn't. P4 Vanilla doesn't have skill cards at all. Seems like P3 Portable was the one that introduced that.
Oh,
or at least in that form. There were items in P1 and P2 that if you included them in the fusion, you'd get different skills on the persona. But skill cards as they are were introduced, I think, in P3 Portable.
Our inn can't function without me right
Okay.
now.
All right, see you later, Lorenzo.
I'll see you at school then.
I think P3 Portable was, skill cards were originally intended as a way to allow you to make better builds without, like, giving up random skill inheritance. Because I think P3 Portable still has random skill inheritance, if I remember correctly. I could be wrong on that. But I think that's the case. And then, but now it is a little overpowered nowadays, like, with how optimized you can make builds so easily. But at the same time, for endgame, it's so nice. Like, not having it for SMT4 and trying to do endgame builds in that game, I was like, oh my gosh, I don't miss having to fuse, like, skills onto, like, some random thing and, like, having, random fusion accidents, like, break a whole chain and have to add, like, another 10-20 minutes of fusion. Between Portable and Golden, which game do you think had the best system for skill cards? I think there are good things about both of them. I liked P3 Portable's version of skill cards, but I do like the fact that, like, you could spend in-game time to get more of them with Golden. Like, the cafe thing was nice with Golden, because you had to, like, level up the persona to have the skill and then, like, spend in-game time to get the skill card. I think that works pretty well. Persona 3 Portable let you duplicate skill cards by spending in but you could only do it like once every 3 days, and you had to keep checking back on the shrine, which was a bit annoying, but you know, kind of balanced.
At around 7 a.m., local high school student Saki Konishi was found dead in Inaba's residential area.
Yeah, I think the essence system in SMT5 works pretty well.
Since the body was positioned similarly to the last victim, And since Miss Konishi was the one who discovered that body, police are proceeding under the assumption that this may be a serial murder case related to the death of Mayumi Yamano. The coroner's report has established Miss Konishi's time of death at around 1 a.m. last night.
I just think that having like both manual skill inheritance and access to skill cards does make it much easier to make much more optimized persona builds. And so if you want to keep the power level the same, you would need to increase the power level of enemies, which they haven't really done, which does make the games easier because you're more powerful now. But like the Persona games seem to be more focused on fun than difficulty ever since Persona 4 and onwards.
The body went unnoticed until this morning as a result of the heavy fog blanketing the area.
Another incident. Dad won't be coming home tonight.
I suppose. I have a whole spreadsheet for Persona 4 Golden of like the skill cards and like which ones are required. You have to take like to the cafe to get all the skill cards and stuff. I'll be here with you.
I'll be okay. Can you help me do some stuff around the house?
Yeah. I don't have to suffer through SMT4 Fusion Hell again, and that's more important. Fair enough. I kind of agree with you on that. Like I said, I got pretty tired of doing Fusion in that game by the end of it.
Amagi Inn, located upstream of Samegawa River, is the town's oldest historical landmark.
Actually, from what I'm seeing, I think... Yeah, the only ones you need to take a persona to the cafe to actually get are 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Yeah, 6 from like some pretty high level personas. Things like getting insta heal from Norn, Unshaken Will from Asura, Victory Cry from Izanagi no Okami, Debilitate from Trumpeter, Dia Rahan from Kirikihime, and Heat Riser from Magatsu Izanagi. The rest can be farmed out eventually, and in fact, some of the rank 2 skill cards, stuff like Assault Dive, Sonic Punch, Repatra, Rebellion, Single Shot, and Poismundi, and Nervundi, those don't have like personas you can get them from. Same apparently with like Null Poison, apparently. Interesting. Yeah, I remember making this spreadsheet forever ago when I was trying to farm out all the skill cards in Persona 4 Golden. Maybe I should make it available. Maybe I'll make like a tutorial vid about Persona 4 skill cards at some point, and I'll make a version that you guys can use for yourself.
Vacationers are known to travel surprising distances in order to visit its open-air, radium-rich hot springs.
After the incident with Miss Yamano, the manager has stepped aside, leaving her daughter Yukiko to fill her shoes. In other words, she's a manager who's still in high school.
I forgot how excited these reporters get about a high schooler running an inn.
Now that has a nice ring to it. Let's see if we can interview her. Excuse me?
Are you speaking to me?
We've heard that you're the new manager. Is it true you're still in high school?
Oh, well, I'm only filling in temporarily.
Someday, though. That aside, wow, you're looking gorgeous in that kimono. You must have had a lot of male visitors.
Huh? No,
The reporter's rambling goes further and further off subject.
This is boring.
I agree.
Oh, I need to do the dishes.
You decided to help out with the housework. You can now check your stats by pressing the triangle button. Nice. Sorry, I'm just messing around with the UI. Seeing like what's all here a minute. Still have a few medicines. How much money do I have on me? 4,600 yen. Okay. I should keep that in mind. Yeah. Yeah. It goes a lot faster when there are two people watching the dishes. Indeed it does. Anything in the fridge? Nothing catches your eye. Okay. Let's save and then go to bed. Yeah, I think there's less to do at night in this version of the game too. Like they added a bunch of stuff to do at nighttime in Golden. Like I think working at the like nighttime bar is a thing that was only added in Golden. Some of the hangouts with party members. It's raining tonight. Will something appear on the TV? Ooh. Ah yes, the P3 calendar. In the MC's room there.
In other Inaba-related news, meteorologists are predicting heavy fog throughout the year.
Yeah, you might be right on that. I'm not sure on that union. I haven't looked too deeply into that so far. Either way, it'll be fine. That just means we won't be able to get the ultimate equipment. But farming him out is kind of annoying in this version anyway, because it doesn't warn you if you're about to open up a chest with the Reaper, so...
The region has seen an abnormal amount of fog over the past few years, and the cause of the climate change is unknown. Whatever the reason, residents of the Inaba area should be extra careful. Our broadcast tonight was
I probably wouldn't
intended
want to fuse him out
up-to-date
or
news on the incident in Inaba.
sorry, farm him
The
out unless I
time is
absolutely had
now
to anyway.
midnight.
Yeah. Yeah, the warning text is a golden thing. It just like goes, you just get the battle. Yeah, yeah. Yeah. There's like no yes or no on like if you want to do the fight or not. Although with this we have save states, so maybe that would help a little bit. You know, you could just save before you open up a chest. We'll get there when we get there. If we have to, we'll farm him out, but it'd be cool to do the fight at least once, but if it is New Game Plus, whatever. Like, I couldn't get a way to get the Margaret boss fight going either. I tried to find a way to do New Game Plus, but I couldn't. Nobody has like a clean save of this game that's New Game Plus or anything. I couldn't find a way of doing it. Even on like the modding Discord, I asked for help there, and I kind of found a solution, but basically it was just downloading somebody else's save and starting a New Game Plus run based off of theirs, which wouldn't be terrible because we don't care about the compendium stuff for the most part, but right, because we're just using Pixie, but it also includes, you know, like carrying over social stats, which we do want to have the actual thing of like raising social stats and stuff.
Welcome. Do not be alarmed. You are fast asleep in the real world. I have summoned you within your dreams. And so we meet again.
This is a space that only those who have, in one way or another, entered into a contract may enter. In your daily life, you subconsciously heard the call to awaken, and you chose to follow the destiny of your inner voice, thereby enacting your glorious awakening to your power.
Hold on to this.
Obtain the velvet key. Velvet key. Do you think it's a key made out of velvet? Just like a key made out of fabric or something?
Your destiny will require you to hone your power. And for that, you will inevitably require our help. There is but one price for this assistance. You must abide by your contract and assume responsibility for all decisions you may make.
I understand.
Very well. The persona you have acquired, it is a side of you that shows itself when you face the world around you.
One other thing that's Golden specific is the Adachi social link. It isn't a thing in this original version of P4. Not sure if you can go and talk to him in the mall still, but at the very least the social link part was added
Persona ability, however, is that
in
of
Golden.
the wild card. Compared to that of others, it is very special. It is like the number 0, empty, yet holding infinite potential within itself.
Empty? Yeah, no Marie. Marie is entirely added with Golden.
Is the power to control one's own heart.
Which makes sense when you consider she's like how you get extra skill cards and stuff. Yeah. Means no Hollow Force, yeah, that's true. Yeah, the game will be a bit shorter because of that, which is kind of nice. Because once we beat this, the Devil, was it the Rideout HD game will be out, so probably.
As you form bonds by becoming involved with others, your own social links will gradually develop.
Not sure, I haven't played those games yet, so I can't really say, but I do know that the Demi-Fiend fight in DDS1 is very difficult, yeah.
The power of these social links is what will
Basically the same as the SMT5 boss fight, but like version of the boss fight, but you have less options than an SMT5 Vengeance. Control one's heart?
Social links are necessary for more than strengthening your persona. At times, they will help light the way to the truth you're searching for.
Where will your awakened power of the wild card take you? I look forward to traveling the road of your destiny.
I wonder what the Velvet Room will be like in P6. Since it always takes a different form depending on the MC's like heart or whatever, I guess. Not as bad as Satan in DDS too. That one is even worse. Okay. Something to look forward to. Yeah. I'll have to start working my way backwards through the PS2 SMT games here once we're done with SMT4A.
Yo! You saw what was on last night, right? I couldn't tell who it was, but if someone's shown up on... Let's go check it out after school. Maybe Teddy can tell us something. If it turns out someone was thrown in again, there really might be a culprit behind all this. Even if it is something about that place that's killing the victims. If someone's using that world as a weapon, that's unforgivable. We need to find the culprit, no matter what it takes. There's no way the police can do it. Who'd believe that the murderer kills people by throwing them into the TV?
I want to keep my word after all.
Totally. A promise is a promise.
There's a decent chance with that union. I hope he shows up in P6 again. He hasn't showed up in any of the spin-off games.
And it actually worked.
So, I can only assume he'll show up at some point in P6. I do. Yes, I do.
I think I can do that now because I have the same power. Persona, wasn't it? Could be that we got this gift
it's
from
in the
someone
description.
specifically so we could solve the case.
Or the bot occasionally posts it. Or you could do exclamation point
Again,
Discord.
You managed to go inside the TV and get your persona first. I feel like as long as you're with me, I can find the culprit and crack this case. Well, let's do our best.
Even with so much mystery swirling around, Yosuke is trying his hardest to move on. You sense a faint stirring of friendship between you and Yosuke. Well, that's our first social link established. It's also the magician one, which gets more XP when we fuse Pixie, so it'll be important later. That's the other thing about fusing Pixie. Like, Pixie is always going to be like level 2 or whatever whenever we fuse a new one. So we're gonna have to keep leveling her up. So there's a cost like trade-off for like fusing a new version of Pixie. Yes, we can get new skills on her, but it resets her down to level 2. So we'll have to do it sparingly. At most, maybe like once or twice a dungeon.
Is the power to control,
and even then, I'd like to limit it to like once a dungeon, pretty much. It'll make the things kind of interesting, because I'll have to rely on party members or whatever for the first part of the dungeon, more so than I would otherwise.
As you form bonds by becoming involved with others, your own social links will gradually develop.
I'll also have to work skills down onto Jack Frost and like another persona, since that's how you that's the fusion for Pixie. So I don't think I've heard some of this song before. Usually I just skip through this so fast. Like, I don't think I've ever heard this part of the song before. Yeah. When you would receive a blow that would otherwise kill you, your ally will take the hit for you during battle. Yeah, they do get abilities, like in P4 Golden, but P4 Golden, I think, adds like a couple of extra abilities for all the party members that they get, and they get more of them. And P4 Golden rearranges the order that you get them in, so... Yes, there's still fusion forecasts. That's still a thing.
About yesterday? We're sorry we worried you.
But again, like, we'd have to fuse that skill down onto, like, Jack Frost or something, and then, like, put it on Pixie. And random skill inheritance and all that. So.
Oh, never mind that. Is Yukiko still not here?
The other thing, too, is, because Pixie starts out with 2 or 3 skills, she'll always have those 2 or 3 skills, so we can't even, like, blank slate, like, put on, you know, like, 8 different skills or whatever, right? And we can't overwrite it with, like, skill cards or something. So she'll always start out with those skills. So the amount of skills that we can actually put on Pixie is very limited. And getting them on her is going to be difficult sometimes due to random skill inheritance.
At least I haven't seen her today.
We'll have to, like, reset the fusion a few, a few times, maybe.
What should I do? Hey, is that stuff you were talking about for real? You know, all that about how people showing up on the Midnight Channel is related to that other world.
Oh, we were just talking about that. We're thinking of checking it out later.
The person on TV yesterday, I think it was Yukiko.
Nope.
That kimono looks like the one she wears at the inn.
In fact, let me check something.
Days ago too. I got worried, so I emailed her last night, but she hasn't responded. I called her earlier in the evening though, and she said she'd be at school today.
Yeah, the only way to get Victory Cry is Izanagi no Okami, which is New Game Plus, and Lucifer, which is level 99, so...
Calm down. We get the picture. And you still haven't heard from her?
No.
You summed up the information? Okay.
What's that supposed to mean? Wait, are you saying Yukiko was thrown in there?
We don't know yet for sure. We should check to see if she's safe first. Give her another call.
No good. Her voicemail picked up. She's not answering.
Are you serious? Then is Yukiko-san inside that place?
I don't think so, actually. I checked, and yeah, I don't think she is. I think she got a lot of buffs in Golden. Well, for one thing, you can't get the all-out attack boost, right? Because you don't have the scooter that lets you go to the hot springs, so you can't take her there to, like, buff all-out attack damage or whatever it was. I think it was all-out attack damage in P4 Golden.
Just must have come up, like an errand or something. Oh, or she might be helping at the inn. She wouldn't be able to answer herself if that's it.
Oh yeah, that's right. I looked this up before. So at rank 3, she gets treasure radar, which shows you where treasure chests are on the floor. And then at rank 6, she gets enemy radar, which lets you see where enemies are on your radar. And then at max rank, she gets affinity search, where she randomly reveals one enemy's affinity at the start of the battle. Wow. And then in golden, she gets all-out attack assist during rank 1, which makes your all attacks better. 2, she gets weakness scan, which is her max rank ability in 4. Rank 3, she gets full analysis, which reveals more stuff. Rank 4, the targeting reticle warns you if something's going to be ineffective. At rank 5, she gets healing wave, 5% HP after battle. 6, weakness scan is improved. In battle aid at rank 7, randomly cast buffs, grant power, mind charge, or cure ailments. Stamina song, now you recover 10% of HP after battle at rank 8. Protect 9, chance to shield the party from an otherwise fatal attack. And then max in golden is revives the protagonist from KO once per battle. So you basically get a second endure. Always. Yeah, she's like really good in golden, but in Persona 4, she gets reveals chests, reveals enemies on radar, reveals a random enemy's affinity at the start of the battle at max rank. So no, she's nowhere near as broken.
Yeah, but would she skip school for that?
Still, it's something,
Well,
I guess.
I'll give the inn a call. Got the number here somewhere.
Yeah, that's one thing too, is why I was like, fusion might be kind of good for this game, because like there's a lot of the party members in this game got reworked or buffed in golden. Like just using party members to get through the whole game would be a lot more viable in golden than it is here. Granted, it's still possible to do so.
Oh, is this Yukiko? Thank God she's there.
But basically, if I didn't allow social links, this whole game would have been hanging out with your party members to get the buffs that they get, and then just power level them until they can beat the boss. And that's pretty much what this game would have been. Which, yeah. Because then there's no incentive to do like any of the other social links. The only reason you would need to raise your social stats is Naoto. Naoto is the only party member that requires social stats. She requires max courage and knowledge. So you just power level those two, and then you'd be done. There's no way to like spend time even to like raise stats or get skill cards or anything. So you just kind of sit around, do the dungeon every once in a while, catch up on party member social links. Boy, that would be... I don't know. I haven't got that far yet in my research or in testing.
Oh, no, it was nothing. I'll email you again later.
Oh, right. We're still doing email, not text messaging yet.
She was over at the inn. She said they had a big group reservation and she had to help out. Yeah, now that I think about it, this has happened before, too. At least once a year. She said she'll be at the inn tomorrow, too. Oh, for crying out loud, Yosuke! You got me worried over nothing. She was totally fine. And you were all, is Yukiko-san inside that place?
Sorry, but there is a reason we thought that.
Oh, yeah? What?
Well, we thought people show up on the Midnight Channel because they're already over in that world. I mean, it makes sense, right? People show up on TV because they're inside the TV. But Yukiko-san's still here in our world. We might want to see what this is about. All right, let's meet up at Junes after school.
I would imagine that farming golden hands is probably pretty similar. All right, I'm going to just skip through some of this dialogue here. We can at least skip through the dialogue until Yukiko disappears.
Try sticking your hand in and...
You tried beckoning Teddy over. Something bit you.
What's wrong?
Shh, not so loud, you idiot. Dude, is that a bite mark? Are you okay?
I'm fine.
Oh, that's good. Sheesh, that stupid bear must have done it. Hey, you! We know you're in there.
Oh, is this a game?
No, it's not a game. Can you sense anyone inside there right now?
Who's anyone? I'm a lonely little bear, like always. This land feels so barren.
Oh my gosh, the first bear pun.
Shut it! So there's no one inside? You're sure?
I'm not lying. My nose is running as good as ever.
I'm gonna go warn Yukiko anyway. Since she'll be busy this weekend helping out at the inn, I doubt she'd go anywhere alone, but still.
Yeah. You'll walk with her to school on Monday, right?
Sure, I'll go pick her up at her house.
Maybe we'll find out more on tonight's Midnight Channel. Cross your fingers that this is all just a misunderstanding. What's your cell number? I'll call you when I watch it tonight.
Okay. The cell phone opening and closing sound effect is so weird. It sounds way more mechanical than it should be. I think they changed it in Golden. It sounds like you're like pulling out or sliding in a drawer or something.
Looks like we found all we're gonna find here. And we've still got nothing that points directly to a suspect.
We don't even know if this is a homicide.
Well, what else could it be? There's no way a body could end up like that by accident.
I know.
This is a cool scene.
We haven't found the cause of death
With the like flashing light overhead and everything.
Got a second one
Well, I
just
guess it's not. It's the cop car, isn't it? That's like putting out red light on the objects.
If this is a murder case, there's no doubt we're dealing with a single perp. But if that's true, what the hell's going on?
Who knows, Dojima? Who knows?
You know.
And I said, hey, hey, hey.
No.
I said, hey.
That singer, Misuzu
What's
Naragi,
going
has a
on?
solid alibi. She was performing overseas, and her phone records prove it. And remember, the only reason the scandal went public was because Hiragi herself broke it to the media. No one would put themselves under suspicion that way if they had murder on their mind.
Got a point there.
Same with Taro Namatame, her husband. No matter how much we shake him down, nothing links him to the murders. He's been working in the city for the past 6 months. Seems he was here recently because of the scandal, but he was swamped with work back home at the time of the incident.
I don't know, actually. Getting mixed reports about that. I didn't think she was. At the very least, Maria isn't like a boss fight or anything, obviously. But I'm not sure about Izanami or not. Because she's still here. Like, she's still this gas station attendant, right? But I'm not sure if you can still confront her in vanilla or not.
There are eyewitnesses and other
I guess we'll find
placing
out.
him at his office the night that Mayumi Yamano died. And we
Pretty
can't
sure it
find
just ends with the
anything
giant
that shows
eyeball, though.
Yamano making contact with Namatame before or after her disappearance.
You hear Namatame's career has also been killed stone dead? He's been fired from his position as secretary. He's practically as much of a victim as the Yamano girl.
Yeah, I agree. Then we have the second case, regarding Saki Konishi. She's the one who discovered Yamano's corpse. But I don't buy the killer shutting her up as a possible motive. She was killed well after she reported the body, and the culprit didn't hide her. It's like they were meant to be found.
I don't know about Yamano being a victim. I guess in some ways he is, right? Because the whole murder thing has like ruined his reputation. Even if he's not the one who did it, people are still gonna think he did it. But like, you could have just not had a cheating scandal to begin with, dude. Like, this was totally avoidable. I guess even if he didn't cheat, if his like wife died or whatever, people would be still like, oh, I can't, you know, it might have been you, but I don't know. Not entirely
The only
blameless,
other
that's for
connection
sure.
is that she attended the same school as the daughter of the inn where Yamano was holed up. But that hardly points to a motive. Coincidences like that are common in a town as small as ours.
Yeah, I heard about that angle on the news too.
What? Is the story about the inn out already?
Okay, I got it. How's this? Maybe there was something about the corpse that only Saki Konishi knew. And our perp killed her to keep whatever it was from leaking out.
Either way, all we can do now is keep investigating anyone involved with the victims. Our perp. It has to be someone in Inaba.
Oh, is your detective's intuition at work?
Okay.
Welcome home.
This answer is hard. Nanako's a Jordan quid show. You should leave her alone. Raining again tonight. Midnight channel time. Gosh, I always forget how like weird feet look in these games. With how like polygonal the feet are and everything. Nope.
Good evening. Tonight, Princess Yukiko has a big surprise.
I'm gonna go score myself a hot stud. Welcome to Not a Dream, Not a Hoax. Princess Yukiko's hunt for her Prince Charming. And I came prepared. I've got my lacy unmentionables on, stacked from top to bottom. I'm out to catch a whole harem, and the best of the lot is gonna be all mine. Well, here I go.
Yeah, I think the eyeball is the final boss in vanilla. Not sure if you can confront Izanami, but I don't think she's a boss in this game. That was definitely Yukiko on the Midnight Channel just now. No, you still can leave at night, I think. It's just there's less to do at night. So stuff like the bar, or like the item shop turning into a bar where you can work out, I think that's not in the game. Like that nighttime thing. Some of the hangouts stuff with like the party members where you can like raise their points to get them to rank up faster. That was added in Golden as well. So some of that stuff I think was added in Golden. So there's like less to do at night. Also, the books that like improve, like you can read a book to like make yourself better at studying and you get more academics or whatever whenever you study. That book isn't in the game. The book that gives you more courage when you work the when you work the janitor job or whatever, right? That book doesn't exist. So the books that like increase the rate that you gain social stats for certain activities don't exist in this version of the game either. That was something that was added in Golden. So Golden really did rework and add a lot of things. Mostly for the better, I would say. I think Shuffle Time is a little too broken.
Oh, good morning.
In some ways, like I've said before. But I think overall, like a lot of Golden's reworks were really good. Seems only Nanako's here. You're up early today.
He woke up early, so I woke up with him. He said he's gonna be late.
If you leave, Nanako will be left all alone to look after the house. On the other hand, you have important business with Yosuke today.
Are you going somewhere? I'll be fine by myself.
Yeah, you just can't leave at night for the first little bit until Dojima gives you permission.
Perfect for going out. As for next week's forecast,
Same as it is in Golden.
Oh, the sun's gonna come out. I should do some laundry. Weren't you going somewhere?
You decided to go out. Okay. Oh yeah,
Sorry for the
this.
holdup. Found some stuff we can use in the closet at home. Take a look at these. We've got our personas, but a golf club's not that reliable of a weapon. So, which one strikes your fancy?
The katana.
Ah, you've got discerning taste. This is a Junes exclusive. The blade's fake, though.
Yeah, they'll probably change that.
As for me,
I think they changed that in Reload, right?
would be good too.
I could be wrong though. But I think so.
Kind of like this, or like this.
Gosh, this is so stupid. The whole getting arrested thing.
Two suspicious young men.
Huh? Oh crap! I mean, no. This isn't what it looks like. We didn't steal it. I guess that's not what matters. Anyways, we're not doing anything bad. We're just two ordinary kids who like weapons. Oh, that doesn't sound right either.
Put the weapons down now. We'll listen to your story at the station. Hands where I can see them, too. I said now!
But this isn't...
Are you resisting an officer of the law? You're under arrest!
Yeah. You were taken to the police station with Yosuke as suspects. I can't remember if that's in P3 Portable as well. But yeah, I remember being that being an annoyance in P3 Fez.
You didn't seem the type to pull a stupid stunt like this. You know what's been going on around town. We got men stationed everywhere. For God's sake. You're lucky I was around. Or this would have ended up on your permanent record.
We're sorry.
Your weapons have been confiscated.
Wait, so the one that disappeared is the Amagi girl?
Seems like it. But she's just a high schooler, you know? Could be that she decided to run away from home.
Hey, did he say Amagi? Then she really is.
Who's what now?
Oh, nothing.
I'm sure you've seen on the news that there's an investigation in progress. We're sensitive about certain things. You're free to go. But this better not happen again.
Whoa, pardon me. Huh? Aren't you the kid staying at Dojima-san's place?
Yeah, nice to meet you,
Can I ask
Adachi.
you something? It's about Yukiko-san. I mean, Yukiko Amagi of the Amagi Inn. Did something happen to her?
Huh? Oh, am I allowed to say?
I just can hear the gears whirring in Dachi's head. Would it be fun if I told them the truth or not?
Well, if you're friends with Miss Amagi, keep this between us, okay? We got a call from Miss Amagi's parents yesterday evening saying they couldn't find her anywhere. Since it was the weekend, the workers at the inn were extremely busy and no one saw Miss Amagi around that time. Oh, but that doesn't necessarily mean this is a case just yet. But people have been turning up dead on foggy days, so we're really sensitive to stuff like this. By the way, did she say anything to you guys about maybe going through some hard times?
Hard times?
Well, that announcer, Miss Yamana, was staying at the Amagi Inn before the first murder. Seems Miss Yamano had some harsh words for the manager about the staff's attitude towards guests.
I wonder if this dialogue is a little bit of leftover dialogue, or was originally intended to point towards Yukiko being the murderer, since that was one of the possible options when they were writing the script, is that they were thinking about making Yukiko the murderer, with the whole laugh thing and everything, right?
The stress of it caused the manager to collapse. And with Miss Amagi being the manager's daughter, she must have felt pretty strongly about the incident, you know?
Really is weird that the happenstance of the MC and the main villain being voiced by the same guy, and in 5 spending having only been a thing for 2 games. Yeah, I guess it's just one of those things where it's like, you've only got so many people for the English voice casting, and it's not like the MC speaks in full sentences a lot of the time. In either 4 or 5, or 3 or 4.
Did Miss Amagi ever hint that she might be leaving the house? Because if not, there's been some theories floating around that she's laying low for some reason or another. Crap, I think I've gone too far. You didn't hear that, okay?
Adachi, what the hell are you chatting with civvies for? And where's my coffee?
Gosh, Dojima. Civvies for, where's my coffee?
Sorry, I got it right here. Forget I said anything, please.
Yes. Thanks for the reminder, Plumberry. Don't worry, I'm
detective think that Yukiko
I'm hydrating.
There you are!
Actually, I'm almost out of water. I should probably go get a refill. Well, we'll probably go for like another hour or so. Half an hour. Like I said, I'd like to get to the point where we can start Yukiko's castle. We're getting there. We're like a little bit before Chie's awakening. And then once Chie's awakening happens, we start to get to the point where you're actually running around and able to do stuff. So we're getting there.
Sheesh, what are you guys doing?
And then hopefully we can finish Yukiko's castle tomorrow. And
I've been looking everywhere.
yeah, thanks. And then tomorrow we can start like hanging out with people and stuff.
Well, there was a slight misunderstanding. We'll tell you about it later. Anyway, something's up with Yukiko-san.
Huh? You know already? I kept calling her Sal, but she didn't pick up. So I went to her house, and it turns out Yukiko really did disappear.
I guess we've got no choice but to go now.
That's a fun little bear waving emote.
But that aside, the cops are saying some weird stuff. They think Yukiko-san's hiding to lay low.
I really do think that if I ever start making money off of YouTube or Twitch or whatever, the first thing I should invest in is like some fun emotes or whatever.
Apparently Yukiko-san's mom collapsed because that announcer
Could be
lady
fun.
bitched her out. They think that gives her a motive.
Some like animated
And
ones
the
or
fact that
whatever.
The announcer died right after makes her even more suspicious.
What? They think Yukiko did it? What the hell is wrong with them?
Dude, don't snap at me. Yukiko's the victim here, damn it, not the suspect.
They both seem agitated. Let's all calm down. We're all on the same side here.
You're right. So what are we gonna do?
With the police totally on the wrong track, we've got to handle it ourselves.
I'm going too. And that's final.
Have you played Persona 4 before then, Plumberry?
Are you gonna be alright? Man, they just confiscated our weapons. We can't go in empty-handed.
Weapons? I know just the place. Come on, follow me.
Oh yeah, the Dodera Metalworks. It's cool that you can talk to the granddaughter at the school. Although you don't find out that it's granddaughter until like way late in the game.
Here we are.
Fair enough. Yeah, I personally don't mind the like PS2 games either, with like how the models look and everything. I don't know. They kind of look like miniatures or like Kind of like a dollhouse, kind of.
metalwork site.
It doesn't bother me at all.
They sell
It'll be
all
really
sorts of
interesting to
metal
see.
crap, like katanas and
Oh,
stuff.
you know what'll be really cool is seeing how they adapt the P4 like theming to like have a modern Persona pause menu. Like the P3 remake pause menu, amazing, chef's kiss. Now imagine they do something like that, but for Persona 4, with how colorful this game is and everything. I get a metalworker or some kind of is sort of needed, but a whole blacksmith, what would you need that for in a modern age? Well, it is a rural town and stuff. You would still need like probably horseshoes and everything. Granted, it is pretty out there. Like making weapons and like actual armor is much more of a hobbyist or like niche thing. Although there are plenty of like guys who would love to like be able to own like a full suit of armor to put like in display their house if they had the room and the money for it. To be fair, or like an actual sword or something. There are also some people who still like train with those things and enjoy learning how to use them properly. But it is a niche thing to be sure. Definitely a RPG convenience kind of thing.
Oh, I get it. You watch one too many kung fu movies and...
It's not that at all. I overheard some guys in our class talk about it. They said this place sells weapons and armor. Oh, here, this one looks good.
You could also like make actual like proper knives and stuff, like cooking knives and everything. Things that are handmade like that usually can be sold at a markup.
Oh, but it might be too heavy.
And a lot of the time they actually are better than something you could just get at the store for like a chef's purposes and stuff. But only a chef would really probably notice the difference. Somebody who's using it like on a daily basis.
I don't know, Chie.
Or for like their job or whatever.
Too dangerous. I know how you feel, but...
You don't! You don't know shit about how I feel! Yukiko might die from this, for crying out loud! I'm going, and that's that!
Okay, but stay behind us, alright?
I'll be fine! My reflexes are second to none.
Listen, I'm not kidding around. You don't know what it's like in there. If you're not gonna listen to
I think if you use it enough and you are willing to maintain it, it probably is. Like, you could probably get the value out of it over its lifespan, right? Because I suppose if you got a good knife and you remembered to sharpen it when you needed to, it would probably last you a long time.
If you insist on coming, just make sure you have
Whether
something to protect
the markup is worth the quality difference is probably dependent on how much you actually use it, though. I think most people are just fine with the things that are sold in stores when it comes to cooking knives and stuff. Yeah, for sure, for sure.
All right.
Oh, that's really cool. Being able to slice a pellet fired from a gun. That's amazing. Yeah, there's some people who really like to still train with these antique weapons at this point.
Hey,
even though their practical usefulness is very low, obviously. I think that's supposed to be matchlock pistols and rifles he's got behind him too, so I'm not sure what those are doing. Although the model is pretty small and like kind of dinky, so I don't know for sure that that's what it's supposed to be, but kind of looks like it.
You're our main asset in battle right now, so I think you should choose whatever makes it easiest.
I mean, technically, Naoto does use guns, but... Receive 5,000 yen from Yosuke. We shouldn't just spend it frivolously, but we should spend a little bit.
I got my stuff all picked out. How about you guys?
Mostly, I think we should, like, upgrade our armor on the MC. And then maybe save the rest for now.
We wear this stuff around town.
Maybe an accessory if there's something useful.
But it's not like we can waltz into Junes with a sack full of gear and expect no one to notice either.
Why not conceal them under our uniforms? I don't think people would notice.
Okay, let's try that. Alright, let's split up and get ready. The store will be crowded until the afternoon sale ends, and if we walk around together, the cops might get suspicious.
Then I'll see you guys at the Junes food court.
Okay. The Darren Battleworks time. Ba-da-da-dun. If you come around to look at my art, please look around. Take your time. If you want something special, bring me your own materials and I'll try and use them for you. I always like seeing new things and trying new techniques. So, bring me some rare materials that I've never seen before. If you do, I can make you some really cool stuff. When choosing when to create, the number and type of... Okay, yep. I'm expecting some praise too. Yeah, one other thing that you're saying about, like, why is there a equipment shop here? It is implied that, this dude here, and I think the item shop vendor kind of know what's going on around town. So something similar may have happened in the past to Inaba with the fog and everything. It's implied that this dude knows what's going on to some degree. So that may be partially why. Like, he may have made weapons back then as well, whenever that happened. Also, he has that ginormous X scar on his face, right? So... they dare him to have a few guns. Yeah. Well, I mean, EY's thing is entirely like a novelty, like probably paintball and fake gun store, you know. It's kind of like how there's like a whole hobby of like making Gundams and stuff. It's kind of the same thing. Since you can't like get real firearms as easily in places like Japan, there's more of a culture of like replica firearms. Well, I say not as easily. Pretty much everywhere else in the world, outside of the States, it's much harder to get your hand on an actual gun. It's a bit of my Americanism speaking. Alright, let's buy some chainmail for the MC real quick. Equip that. Give ourselves some more defense, and then we're gonna go ahead and, what do we have for accessories? Headband, increases strength by 1, endurance by 1. Neither of these are worth the 3,000 yen out of the amount of money we have, because that's cost the same as much as like getting Yosuke a better piece of armor. I think actually we can probably buy a piece of armor for Yosuke. I'm trying to do some mental math here because we want enough to also buy some like tapped soda and stuff, SP restoring items. So yeah, I don't know why that chat box is doing that. I swear that's the same like basic setup that I've had for like that TV and for like the 3DS layout. Like, in all the time of playing SMT4, it never did that. So I don't know why it's doing that. Maybe I have to like refresh it or update something or whatever. I'll check on it after today. Let's equip the chainmail to Yosuke. We'll sell the t-shirt he was wearing, and then we'll save the rest of our money for now. It'd be good to get a new weapon, but we're gonna get kicked out of the dungeon anyway once we have Chie's Awakening. So we'll be able to farm out some money and items there if we want before we come back, and then we can buy some equipment for Chie as well. We'll probably try and farm out some levels and money before we rescue her. Partially so that way we can make sure we win the boss fight, and also partially, you know, so that way we can equip her as well. Alright, let's go and leave for now then, I guess. First time we're seeing the main shopping area. Nope. Velvet room jump scare. Bizarre door in front of you. Seems the others can't see the door.
So, it finally begins. Now, if you'll give me a moment of your time.
The velvet key in your pocket is shining.
We have been expecting you. The catastrophe that is headed your way. It has already taken human lives in its approach towards you. But you have nothing to fear. You already have the power to fight against it. It seems that the time for you to use your persona has come.
Your persona ability is that of the wild card. If you strengthen your bonds properly, their power will help you overcome any ordeal. Our role is to facilitate that.
My contribution is to give birth to new personas by mixing together multiple personas.
Okay. Persona Fusion, yes, we all know how Persona Fusion works.
The tome you see in registering the personas you hold will allow you to recall them at any time. Please see me when you wish to.
Yeah, compendium. At least we get it here pretty early on compared to the original P3. We have to wait until after the first full moon boss to get access to the compendium.
I look forward to it. Until then, farewell.
It's Plum. Sorry, what's Plum? Your name? You know what makes life easier when I'm talking, taking walks, or shopping? The square button! Thank you, fourth wall breaking NPC. Ah, the wonderful square button. This dude over here. Hey, did you hear about it? Too? Murder! Murder, I say! Even worse, a serial murder! I thought I could relax out here in the country, but this, I'm more tense than ever! Ah! Okay, dude, chill. Ah, you're the guy Nana-chan was with. Maybe it's okay if it's you. Okay, I think I'll brag to you. I have a younger twin sister. We're lucky twins. Isn't that amazing? That's amazing. Isn't it? We're the same in every way. And my sister's totally worth boasting about. Oh, I forgot about the twins' little story. Oh, you saw somebody you recognize. Okay, fair enough. Beverage vending machine. 120 yen per drink. We want that tap soda. You cannot do it. You cannot tap that ass. Probably just think that people are crazy. Oh, thanks. Appreciate it. Yeah, we have had a lot of people today. Most of them have been lurking, but I appreciate it all the same. Relatively a lot of people, I should say. Also, it's probably because we started P4 today. Boy, that motion blur, huh? When I have 3 or more average viewers, maybe. A great man. Oh, yeah, the book. Yeah. We should buy books when we can. Can we buy books yet? No, not until the 20th. Okay. Can't read them yet anyway. Faction. Faction. No, gas worker. If we see the gas worker attendant, we should talk to her. Hey, here's the save point for over here. Man, it always slows down whenever I save. I don't know why. Oh well. Affection. Oh shit, take you. If only there was a part-time job. Do this for no reward. Yeah, 23rd we can start applying for jobs. Can we get to this vending machine over here, actually? No, I think this one's body blocked by the table. I think we're good. If it's a rainy day, it might be worth buying the rainy day item there. Because we need it for, I think, one of the Fox quests. But the murdered Yamano announcer was... doesn't seem real. Yeah. Hey, get this. There's a rumor that there's a fox living at the shrine. You know, the first time I played Persona 4 Golden, I was really expecting the fox to turn into, like, a fox girl at some point during the social link. Kind of disappointed it never happened, to be honest. Oh well, maybe for the remake. Yeah. That news making my business sense tingle. Maybe there's some profit to be made here. It's just a dirty shrine out here that nobody's using. Maybe that's why mountain animals live here. About the incident too? It's so scary, isn't it? It's horrible. Ever since I got married and moved out of the country, I thought I'd be safer way out here, you know? I started locking the doors at night. I'll have to tell my neighbors next door to do the same. Did you hear, young sir? There was a murder! A murder! It's absolutely deplorable. I've lived here for 80 years, and I never thought something like this would happen in this town. It's an insult to my beloved town and all the honest people who live here. Utterly deplorable. Okay. We can also buy some more soda from this vending machine. I think it's I think all of these restore SP, right? Did I write it down? I think I wrote down which ones restore SP. Let me just double check real quick. Ba-da-ba-ba-ba. Ba-da-ba. Today, yay. Sorry, let me just double check this, because I think some of these restore health, and we want the ones that restore SP, because SP is very hard to recover at the start of the game, and these vending machines have a limited amount of stock, where they restock, like, I think once a week, so want to buy as many as we can for, like, at least the first little while here. Eventually this becomes, like, not worth it, but okay, so any of these vending machines will, any of these drinks will restore SP. Okay. Oh yeah, that's right. These are the lucky ones. Every time you buy us something from here, you have a chance of getting like a second drink or whatever. Not worth resetting for, but it'd be cool if we did win. Gosh, such an odd idea, isn't it? Like a vending machine where you get like a second drink. Like, what if you win and you don't want it? You just, I guess, give it to somebody else. I mean, I wouldn't hate it, but like, man. I know, definitely some. Hey, got 5 free cans. Oh, nice. I guess it doesn't matter. I'll just take a bunch of Dr. Salt and Neo, I guess. Holy cow. Nice. You got really lucky on that, actually. Yeah, so if we go now, I have 8 of these things, and they restore 5 SP each, which isn't a lot, like later in the game. But when we have a max of 64, that's pretty good. Yeah, I thought it was only 1 extra can. I didn't realize there was 5 extra cans. Dang. Okay. Go to Junes? Yeah, I think I've done everything. Oh, no, wait, we didn't check out the shrine. Should double check that real quick. And then we can head over to Junes and keep going with the story. Oh, we don't need to go to the shrine. It won't let me go over there yet. Can we go to the item selling store? There's the model making store. Oh no, wait, that's Aya, the Chinese diner of Aya. There's the Shiroko store. Yep. Okay. Ah, welcome. Well then, young man. Nice to meet you. You came from the city, hmm? So, you're in the middle of some hard times, eh? The store may be a bit sloppy, but please take your time to look around. Real quick, that frog smoking a pipe is really cool. I gotta say, like, if it was an option to, like, have that as, like, a garden decoration, wouldn't that be so cool? I would imagine you would put like steam instead of like incense in it, maybe, but I assume it's supposed to be some sort of like novelty incense burner. I could be wrong, but I feel like this menu is redesigned to be like less, you know, Rising Sun-esque and golden. I could be wrong on that though. Revival tea, cures poison. We don't want to spend too much here. Let's buy like a couple of poison heals and then like one revive item. Yeah. That's pretty much all of our money anyway. All right, let's go to Junes, and then we'll be able to get into Yukiko's castle today. Your Junes.
They really stick out. Guess it doesn't help that we're in our school uniforms on a Sunday. The sale should end soon, so that'll get rid of some of the people wandering around here. All right, let's get going.
Is this the best game of 2008? Oh, I feel like there's probably a lot of competitors for that, isn't there? Let's see.
Fine, but don't push yourself, got it?
Let's see. Games that came out in 2000. Was it really 2008? Because it wasn't 2007. Hold on. Release. Yeah, Halo 3 came out a year before this game? That is crazy. That is wild. Absolutely wild. Well, GTA 4 came out in 2008. So did Metal Gear Solid 4, Fallout 3, Dead Space, Gears of War 2, Super Smash Bros. Brawl for the Wii, Call of Duty World at War, Mario Kart Wii, Star Wars The Force Unleashed, Left 4 Dead, Turok, a lot of Far Cry 2. Far Cry 2 came out in 2008, dang. Battlefield Bad Company, there's another good one. A lot of good stuff came out this year. Yeah. Advance Wars is Ruin. Yep, I remember playing that. A lot of good stuff. I don't know, it's got some pretty heavy competition, that's for sure. Depends on what you like, I suppose. Like, I could easily saying like Dead Space or whatever is the best of the game of 2008 if you like horror stuff. If you like GTA, obviously you're gonna say GTA 4 probably. I still say that Far Cry 2 is good. It's good, it's just very different than 3 onwards. It's kind of like saying, you know, Persona 1 and 2 are very different than Persona 3 onwards. Both the Far Cry and the Persona games have that weird thing of like the third entry changed a lot of things, but it made it like way more popular. And so because of that, 4 and 5 followed that formula pretty closely. Although Far Cry has been more run into the ground than Persona has. Like, we don't have like a Persona 6, 7, and 8 or whatever that like just changes a few things and like makes the gameplay mostly the same. At the very least, 3, 4, and 5 all feel like a natural evolution and like expansion on each other with more things to do in the overworld and like revamping mechanics and updating visuals, especially from 4 to 5.
It really is that bear from last time.
Something that's kind of interesting is that there's a spin-off of Far Cry 3 on like consoles for like the Xbox 360 and stuff and the original Xbox. That's kind of interesting because it is a Far Cry 3 spin-off, but it retains a lot more of the DNA of Far Cry 2. So it's kind of interesting. I kind of want to try it at some point.
What are you doing?
Console exclusive, so I'm just keeping an eye out for it.
Can't you tell? I'm thinking about stuff. I've been deliberating over it for a long time now. Hey, that
GTA 4?
joke.
So, did you figure anything out? It's probably useless to think about it too much. I've seen the inside of your skull, and it was empty.
Yeah, figured.
How rude. You're right, though. I try and try, but nothing comes out of my head.
Will you guys shut up? Now's not the time for stupid jokes. Listen, someone came here yesterday, right?
Wow, there's a girl with a better nose than me? What's your name, miss?
How about 2010? What were we doing around 2010?
Miss? Oh, I'm Chie, but never mind that. Tell me more about that someone.
I think it happened a little after I talked with you guys. After that, it felt like someone was here.
Is it Yukiko-san?
I don't know. I haven't looked. The presence is over that way. That's probably where they are.
Over there, huh? Is everyone ready?
Yeah.
I feel like the filter is a lot heavier than in P4 Golden.
What the?
I know some people really don't like the TV static filter. There's like mods to turn it off in Golden and stuff.
This is the place they showed on TV last time?
I think it's mostly there as like they thought it would be a cool idea, and it's kind of similar to how it works in P3 when you go into the midnight hour and you have like the weird like green effect in that game. Black Ops 1, Halo Reach, God of War 3, Mass Effect 2, a Red Dead Redemption. Oh my gosh, another big year. Oh, let's see. What would win out of those things? I mean, I do really like Halo Reach, but it probably was either Red Dead Redemption or Black Ops 1. I'm going to say Black Ops 1 was probably the one that was the most popular. So it probably won. Because Black Ops 1 had zombies. Black Ops 1 was Call of Duty. So it probably won. Do I have a favorite of them? I mean, I really do like Halo Reach. I think its campaign is really good. Multiplayer is a little I like some of the other Halo multiplayers a bit better. But I played a lot of Halo Reach Firefight back in the day. I think it's probably technically the Halo game I have the most hours in of just like playing the firefight and stuff. I haven't played any of the God of War games yet, though. I have played Black Ops 1, though.
Midnight program.
It was a fun fun campaign, but I didn't get into the multiplayer at all. And then for Mass Effect, I've only played Mass Effect 3 before. I would like to try and play through the Mass Effect trilogy at some point, but it'd have to probably be off stream, because like playing through all of them back to back is like 130 some hours. Which, to be fair, I did put more time into SMT4, but you know, if I played it on stream, it'd probably be like 200 hours or something. Red Dead 1. Okay, interesting. I thought it would be either between Red Dead or Black Ops 1. I just figured since Call of Duty, you know. But yeah, Red Dead Redemption makes sense. Rockstar. Red Dead Redemption is a really good game.
Camera stuff going on. This world has been like this from the beginning.
One of the only games my dad ever really got into was Red Dead back in the day. He really likes westerns and stuff, so it was right up his alley.
That's what we don't understand.
I don't know. Can you guys explain everything about your world? I've never seen this program thingy before, so I don't know.
Well, is that really what's happening? Are we really looking into this world?
Yeah. Halo 2, Half-Life 2, MGS 3, Burnout 3, dang.
Because the first time Yukiko showed
and
up
now
on that
nowadays
channel
we
was
have,
before
oh,
she
we're adding a
disappeared.
DLC for
Doesn't
Game
that
of the Year
seem off?
contender. And San Andreas, dang. Yeah, really, another really
Stuff like
stacked year.
score myself a hot stud. It's not...
Score? Stud?
Yeah, I couldn't believe it either. Yukiko-san would never say anything like that.
Out of those, probably Halo 2 is probably my favorite. I haven't played Half-Life 2, MGS. The only Burnout I've really played is Burnout Paradise, but I do enjoy that game. I haven't touched any of the GTA games. I have it over on my shelf. I will probably play it at some point. I just haven't gotten to it yet. San Andreas specifically, as well as the other ones. Yeah, I figured GTA would win again.
Huh. I wonder. Is this kind of like what happened to
GTA
me
probably
last
won
time?
pretty much every single year that they put out a major installment.
There's a lot of stuff I still don't get.
I mean, to be fair, so far, Rockstar has won every single time, right? Because GTA and then also Red Dead Redemption.
Because of the person who appears on it.
2015. Let's go a bit later. What we're doing in 2015.
So Yukiko is producing that
That
show
was 10 years
herself?
ago. What were you doing 10 years ago?
I don't get this at all.
All right, let's get through this dialogue so we can get into the dungeon in a minute. Da ba da da pain da da ba da 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 pain ba da 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 ba ba feel no pain da ba da 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 ba da ba da 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 da. Hey, we got a revival bean. Nice. And some peach season soul drops. Nice. Those will be useful. I already bought some stuff, but it'll still be useful. I like the entrance look, by the way. That like 3D vortex look. 2015, Bloodborne, MGS 5, Witcher 3, Fallout 4, and Super Mario Maker. All, again, good picks. If I had to guess which one won, it's probably either between MGS 5 or Bloodborne, right? I guess Fallout 4 was fairly popular on release. I'm gonna say MGS 5 probably won, yeah? That or Bloodborne. Out of those, the only ones I played is Fallout 4, and I guess a little bit of Super Mario Maker. I feel like probably the best one, though, is if I had to pick one. I've technically played a little bit of MGS 5 before, but why is it doing that? Dang. It also isn't showing... Is it something weird with, like, having both chats combined there? Witcher 3 one. Okay, that makes sense. I didn't expect... I guess I didn't pick that one, huh? As one of the ones that I thought might win, but... Yeah, I wonder why it keeps doing that. It keeps, like, refreshing it or something. She hasn't gotten that far yet. Okay. Yeah. Something kind of interesting is that the shadows here in this game, some of them have different models than were in Golden. Like more...
Someone else's turn.
There we go, direct commands.
All right, partner.
Forgot to turn that on before the first battle. Next year you want?
You hit its weakness. That's how it's done, Sensei.
What about 2017?
Go, Sensei.
Nice
Knock
moves,
it down.
partner.
Good work, Sensei.
Let's go, partner.
All right.
Okay, this should be where we get Pixie, by the way. This should give us the shuffle time. Yeah. Oh no. Okay, so we have the fire, little Orkabach guy. All right.
When you defeat an enemy, the seeds of possibility you attain will appear before you as cards. At times, they may be hard to grasp.
Yeah. Okay. Shuffle time. Grab the thing you want. Try not to grab the death cards. Don't throw me off, game. I'm trying to get it. There we go.
You did it, Sensei.
Yeah. So Pixie should show up during one of those shuffle times. And then once we get her, we'll just swap over to her. And we'll stay on her for the rest of the game. We're finally starting to get to Pixie and Pixie only. Unfortunate. I think this one's weak to fire. Oh, nice.
Now's our
Mario Odyssey, Breath of the Wild, PUBG, Persona 5, Horizon Zero Dawn. Horizon Zero Dawn I'm not a huge fan of, just like looking at it. I haven't played it though. PUBG obviously was like one of the first big battle royales. Mario Odyssey was obviously a really cool game. I haven't played it yet. Breath of the Wild I played a ton of. And then obviously Persona 5. Out of like Persona 5 or Breath of the Wild, I would have to say Breath of the Wild I think I enjoy more personally. I do enjoy Persona 5 quite a lot, obviously, but I think I enjoyed Breath of the Wild more. But, you know, both are really good games. I enjoyed quite a bit. Yeah, I know that fight went like was really interesting. Yeah, it's not surprising to me that Zelda won on that one.
I smell 2 enemies. Beat them up.
Damn, it's not going down.
At least we have direct commands here. We don't have to like let the AI take control of our party members like P3.
You hit its weakness.
Let's good answer. Ready or not, here we come.
Oh, I don't know. Either way. Nope, round 2.
It's another enemy. Show it what you got.
What are these things weak to? Maybe fire? I don't think they're weak to... Maybe Garu. I can't remember. I think they use Garu, though. The only time we'll be using other personas besides Pixie. Technically, we could just reset with, like, save states, maybe, until we get Pixie, but... I'll just... What did we get Pixie? I'll just stick to her. It's fine. In the grand scheme of things, over the next, like, 60-some hours... Next 60-some hours, like, it doesn't matter. Let's do best RPGs. Let's change it up. Let's do best RPGs. How about that? Chess key. Okay. When we get a chance, I gotta go use the bathroom again. Yeah, no, I should do it. Probably, like, I'll just go before we do the boss fight a minute. So I can focus on what I'm doing.
There are 3 enemies. Careful.
It's not going down. Soda.
In my testing, I got shuffle time way more than this. And I got Pixie on the first one. So I thought it was guaranteed.
So far. Go, Sensei! You knock.
Now good answer.
Yeah. In my testing, I had already gotten Pixie by this point, so I thought she was guaranteed from the first shuffle time. Oh, here's another one. Nope, Angel. Okay. Might as well still grab it if we can.
You did it, Sensei!
I think we won't get a persona that we already have showing up in a shuffle time again, maybe. Oh god, man, you have a knack for this stuff, doesn't he? Yeah, you can give allies orders. Yeah, okay. X-Men Legends. I've never played X-Men in Legends. I feel like I've heard of the Bard's Tale, but obviously should probably give to SMT3 Nocturne. Even without my biases of SMT and Persona, it's just like such a... Oh shoot, I didn't realize this was the boss fight already. I thought I had a little bit more to go. Otherwise I would have run around. Oh. Should I reload the save? Because we do need to grab Pixie, don't we? Ah. I don't know. It's a... No, we need to reload. We need to be able to do this first boss fight with Pixie. Shoot. All right. Ah, okay. Sorry about that. Yeah. We have to do the first boss. We have to do that fight with Pixie. We can't just, like, not do it without Pixie. Yeah, I'll just make a save. I'll just remember not to go through that door. I thought it was on the second or third floor. I was gonna look that up, but shoot, I forgot to. Oh well. I think I saved fairly recently. I keep saving at every possible opportunity, it seems, so. Yeah, Central Shopping District. Is this before or after I did shopping? I'm trying to remember. I think it's before I did shopping. Let me see. What do I have on me? Oh, yeah, shoot. We'll see if we get lucky with the vending machine again. Well, we're not going to talk to the NPCs then. We're just going to run. I'll grab like one revival item and save the rest of my money, I guess. After we grab the sodas here. Yeah, and then we'll just get through the dialogue. Shoot. Oh well. 2005 X-Men Legends 2, again never played. Jade Empire, KOTOR 2, Dungeon Siege, World of Warcraft. I don't know if World of Warcraft is an MMO, unless they're talking about the original. No, because World of Warcraft, right? So that's the MMO, yeah. I guess I would say KOTOR 2 is the only one I played there. If I had to guess which one won, it was probably World of Warcraft, though. I think I've heard of Jade Empire, but never played it. Is the original Persona 4 better than Golden? I would say no, not overall. I think it has some differences. And if you played it the first before you played Golden, I think you might have some nostalgia for it. Golden did remove some things, like it toned back the amount of fog and stuff, but dang, we didn't get lucky and get the 5 extra sodas again. Oh well, the curse for not getting Pixie, I guess. Oh well. But I think overall Golden is better. It's just that it would be too easy to do a Pixie only run in Golden. Like, Shuffle Time just makes you really overpowered, so we're doing it in the original. Plus, it gives me an excuse to play the original for the first time. Otherwise, I don't know. Like I said, I think that Golden is the better experience. 2006 KH2, FF12, Elder Scrolls 4, Oblivion, Valkyria Profile 2. I think I have Valkyria Profile 2 sitting on my shelf. Probably gonna give that to KH2 because that's the only one I've played of those. It's kind of interesting to see then that if that's true, then it's been almost 20 years since Elder Scrolls 4 Oblivion came out. Which is interesting, considering that the remake just came out the other day. Remake? Remaster? Not sure which it is. One of the two. Is KH2 also your favorite? Yeah. In terms of which one I think would win, I mean, it would have to be either between KH2 or Elder Scrolls 4 for which one I think would win. Probably Oblivion if I had to guess. Elder Scrolls 4 is the one I'd have to guess would actually win. Like 3 months ago when I played P4 Golden for the first time. Yeah. How's it going, Craft? Yeah, I figured as much. Alright. We're just gonna skip through the dialogue then. We're gonna skip through most of the dialogue anyway, so. Did I pre-order the Switch too? No, I did not. I'm unemployed. I don't have that kind of money right now. Ain't got that kind of money right now. Plus, I've still got to play a Switch games I'm, like, behind on. Sure, some of them might run better on Switch too, but, eh.
Whoa, it really is that bear from last time.
I don't know. I'll get it probably at some point, but maybe I'll wait, like, a year, or, like, wait till a holiday sale or something. Or I'll just get one secondhand. Wouldn't be the worst thing. Who knows? Maybe I'll just wait until they release the Switch 2 OLED or something.
Will you guys shut up?
At the very least, it'll make the regular Switch 2s go down in resale value or whatever. Honestly, I have a Switch OLED, But it really doesn't matter because I barely use it in handheld mode anyway. I've gotten very little use out of the actual OLED screen.
Maybe. And there's no...
Plus, there's a decent chance they decide to drop the price after a certain point if it doesn't sell well enough. I feel like the console will sell fine, but I guess we'll see. I wonder how many people are going to be buying the standalone versus just a Mario Kart. 2007 was Eternal Sonata, Persona 3, Final Fantasy Tactics, War of the Lions, and Mass Effect. Huh. Eternal Sonata came out that year? Dang. I've played a little bit of the DS version of that game. It's fun. Persona 3, obviously, you know, played plenty of that. Final Fantasy Tactics. I've played a lot of Final Fantasy Tactics 2. Didn't play much of the first one. And then Mass Effect, obviously. If I had to guess which one out of those, probably Mass Effect. But obviously, I do think I like Persona 3 out of all of those. But Mass Effect is pretty good. And Eternal Sonata was pretty good, although I don't know if it would be a Game of the Year contender. I guess it depends on what it was up against. Yeah, I think Jeppo's just going through the nominees for best RPG of the year right now. So, alright, let's see if we get Pixie here from Shuffle Time. I guess I could make a save state, but I think as long as we just don't, like, open the door before we're ready, we'll be fine. Maybe I'll, like, make a save state before we're ready to fight Chie's Shadow, so that way we don't have to, like, go through everything again. I won't be using save states too much, but I don't want to have to go through, like, a bunch of story and stuff again, and, like, farming out Pixie again, but we'll see.
Go, Sensei! You knocked it down! Nice! Go, Sensei! You knocked it down! Nice!
Mass Effect did win, yeah.
Sensei! You
Figured.
Let's go! Okay! Ready or not, here we come!
Fable 2, Fallout 3, Warhammer Online, The World Ends With You. Ooh, my favorite out of those is The World Ends With You. That is like one of my favorite games of all time. That being said, Fallout 3 is obviously a pretty good game. Warhammer Online, can't speak to. Fable 2, I know some people really like the Fable games. I haven't touched them. If I had to guess which one out of those, though, it was probably Fallout 3. I feel like I would remember if hearing that The World Ends With You won Game of the Year. Fallout 1. Yep, figured. Yeah, these like floating balls are like not in Persona 4 Golden. Maybe it's because they're kind of hard to hit. Because they don't really like kind of hover over the ground. Right, forgot to change Yosuke to direct commands. Do that real quick.
So far.
Yeah, I've heard good things about Grandia. Yeah, there's a lot of really good RPGs to play. That's one nice thing about RPGs for me, though, is I feel like they're a series of games I can keep playing even, like, when I get old or whatever. Because they don't require a lot of, like, quick reaction times most of the time, unless you're playing, like, an action RPG sometimes, maybe. So, it'll hopefully be a type of game I continue to play even when I'm older. I don't know. I was sitting outside petting my sister's cat yesterday. I was starting to get existential about in 20 years, you know. In 20 years I'll be like 45. Where will I be then? That poor cat will be dead by that point. She's already getting up there in age for a cat. Have you played Tales of Series? Yeah, I tried Tales of Vesperia, and ironically enough, the sequel to Tales of Symphonia on the Wii was the first Tales of game I tried. I got most of the way through it, but I borrowed it from the library, so I had to take it back before I finished it. Really enjoyed it, though.
Go, Sensei! You knocked it down! Nice!
Yeah. I'd like to get to more of them at some point. 2009 Bowser, Borderlands. I don't know if Borderlands counts as an RPG. That's a stretch. Mario and Luigi, Bowser's Inside Story, Demon Souls, Dragon Age Origins. Oh yeah, some really good stuff. I really like the Dragon Age Origins Xbox 360 controller. I have that because it just looks so cool. Mario and Luigi, Bowser's Inside Story is the only one of those I think I've played, besides maybe... I played a little bit of the original Borderlands. Played more of like Borderlands 2. But yeah, I've heard good things about Dragon Age Origins. Ah, yes, the flash of your mortality making you worry. A curse of the flesh. What? Sorry, what was that, Virgil? Oh, you mean me getting existential about Lol petting a cat outside? Yes, I understand. Never mind. You sound like you're about to start espousing the benefits of becoming of the machine god and the Omnissiah. The weakness of my flesh disgusts me.
Ooh, good one, Yosuke. You can. Let's go.
Oh, I said the Mario and Luigi one because that's the only one I played in terms of favorite. In terms of which one won, probably Demon Souls, because that was the original Dark Souls, right? Like Demon Souls came before Dark Souls. No Pixie this time. Dang it, missed. Nothing happened. Okay. Yeah, those are those blank cards. When you pull those, you have a random chance of a random effect happening, but it's pretty unlikely from what I can tell. And it's not consistent at all. It could raise our stats, or it could lower our stats. It could upgrade a skill, or it could downgrade a skill. DAO? Sorry, I'm not sure on that one. Oh, Dragon Age Origins. Okay. I don't know, I saw some clips of it when people were comparing the newest Dragon Age Inquisition to some of the older games, and it looks pretty interesting. Be fun to try at some point. What? How was that an advantage on the enemy? Alright, whatever.
Enemy. Whoops! It caught you off guard.
It's not going down.
Ah, missed.
Just one enemy left.
2010 was Fable 3, Fallout New Vegas, Mass Effect 2. Well, the only one I've played of the... Oh, Pixie, hold on. Okay, hold on. One sec. There's a lot of ones here. We want the Pixie. So let me just save state so we can get the Pixie. Okay. Is there a hotkey for that? There's probably a hotkey for this. Hold on. Where's my settings for hotkeys? Maybe under... Oh, it's probably under... Inputs, right? Yeah. Oh, here it is, hotkeys. What's the hotkey for save state? Save is F1, load is F3. Okay. All right, let's see if I can get it on the first try. Yep, got her. Nice. PCSX2, yeah. Yep. Man, I swear, every single time I open up PCSX2, well, we now finally have our Pixie for Pixie only. Every time I open up this emulator, though, it always has a new update. So, this is what Pixie looks like when we get her. She has Dia, Patra, and Zio. She is weak to fire, strong against wind. Pretty okay overall, just an early game persona, whatever. In terms of covering her fire weakness, the earliest we can cover her fire weakness is actually the like little gremlin guy, the little fire gremlin guy. What are you talking about? We just got here, Super Saint. I don't know what you mean. We just got here. We won't be finishing this dungeon until tomorrow, at the very least. Shoot. At least it's not, ice.
There are 2 enemies. Hang in there.
But, obviously Yukiko's shadow uses fire, so we're gonna have to find a way around that. Technically, Okobach, the, like, little gremlin dude, does have resist fire on him, which we could pass down to Pixie. But the problem with that is that we need to get him to like level 4 or 5. This dude here, yeah. If we can get this dude to like level 4 or 5, he gets resist fire. But we don't have any growth skills, so I don't know if there's a way of doing that yet. And his Arcana is Devil, which we need like rank 3 courage or whatever to get. To start it, because Devil is the hospital lady. Yeah, the intro is very long. We're still technically not through it yet. We're almost done. Once Gia gets her awakening and we get kicked out of the dungeon, at that point we're done with the intro. You can like walk around, start hanging out with people, do the dungeon on your own time. But yeah, all the Persona intros are pretty long. 5 is definitely the longest, because technically going through the whole palace and everything around it is a tutorial. But yeah. Yukiko Castle? Yeah. Because it's a castle and it's Yukiko's dungeon. It's the place where she's trapped, I guess you could say. Okay. So the boss is behind the store. Let me go down and like clear out the rooms one more time so I can get some more levels with Pixie. I'd like her to at least get Zio a minute, because she does get Zio when she levels up, so that's kind of nice. I mean, it's the one previous in the series, right? So, well, it was on a new engine with like, and on newer hardware, because this game is on the PS2, while P5 was on the PS3 originally. They did change a lot, but obviously it's just like a refinement and a continuation of the same series. So.
Damn, it's not going down.
Oh, Yosuke's in danger. He needs help.
Well, thankfully, we have Dia. That's another nice thing about Pixie at this point in the game, is having healing skills is very useful. For 2011, Dark Souls, Dragon Age 2, Deus Ex, Human Revolution, Skyrim. Well, Skyrim probably won. I haven't played any of those games, though, so I can't speak to which one I would like the most. If the ones I'd most like to play, probably Dark Souls or Skyrim. Favorite Persona? One sec. Let me focus on this a sec. Got it. Probably Alice. I just like Alice in Wonderland in general. Hey, Getchi. How's it going? And I like Alice's design in the SMT games. And the fact that she has like a die for me skill. That's a unique skill. And she's generally a fairly strong demon or persona when she shows up is very nice as well. No, I've never played Dark Souls. I was saying out of those games that Jeppa was listing out, that would be the one I would want to play the most. Since I hadn't played any of them.
Ooh, good one, Yosuke. You can...
Now's our chance. Good answer. Out of our way.
Okay. Slime. Grab him a minute. Getting kind of fast on me, but I got it. Before the pre-Jeff Keighley arc? Okay. I haven't played any of the Dark Souls games yet. Would like to at some point. Probably be fun to play now on stream, right? It's always fun seeing somebody struggle through their first time at Dark Souls. At least for enthusiasts of those games. So. Too bad we don't have regenerating chests anymore. Good old Tartarus and its infinite chests in P3 Fez. So much money. Yeah, it was good too. Yeah. I should probably make a save state just in case we lose, so that way I don't lose Pixie. Yeah, I don't have Zio right now, so. Whoops. I mean, that's probably what I would have done, but.
Are you okay, Sensei? Someone heal him! Counting on you. Persona! Sensei, mind your health, okay? Yosuke's in danger. He needs help.
Ah.
No good.
Can we escape?
Okay.
Oh, I forgot that's how that works.
Sensei?
Well,
Sensei?
where'd that death counter go? Well, I think the last save we made was that save state before grabbing the Pixie, so grab it. I guess we're grabbing the Pixie again. Swap over the Pixie again.
I smell one enemy. You can do it.
That's some thick skin.
Victory!
Not bad, partner.
You like that? I'm trying to think. New Vegas, like, Raider voice lines and stuff. You like the sight of your own blood? Uh, 2012, Mass Effect 3, Diablo 3, Torchlight, and Xenoblade Chronicles. Ooh. I've played Torchlight. I actually enjoyed that. If you don't know, Torchlight is like this old school kind of dungeon crawler, top-down perspective. Kind of looks a little bit like Diablo, actually, but a bit different. Mass Effect 3 as well. I think probably the one I want to... Mass Effect 3 I have actually played. For some reason, we got Mass Effect 3 alongside our Xbox 360 from GameStop, and so I did play that. I wasn't allowed to by my parents, but I did play it, and it was fun. It was good. It was obviously a lacking context for it, but Diablo 3 I haven't played. Xenoblade Chronicles I really want to play. That's a game I really want to play. If I had to guess which one... Ooh, between Mass Effect 3 and Diablo 3 is kind of contentious. If I had to guess which one of Mass Effect 3 and Diablo 3 won, it would probably be Mass Effect 3.
That's it, Yosuke. One enemy. Now's our good answer.
Yeah, I figured.
Out of our way.
Ah, missed. Okay.
There's one enemy. Smash it. Throw down. Persona. Ooh, good one, Yosuke. You hit it. Let's go. All right. Out of our way.
Yeah, I'd like Pixie to level up at least once here. I don't know if there's any other way of getting XP on a persona. There is, actually. Let me check something real quick. Persona status. Yeah, it's devil. Okay, never mind. Yeah, like I said, we can't get to the devil social link for a little while longer. Not until at least after Yukiko's castle. And I think the next persona that gets, like, resist fire that we could pass down to Pixie to cover her weakness isn't until like level 20 something. Yikes. Well, something to figure out for tomorrow, I think. Maybe we'll just have to deal with it. Although I think she might also be weak to fire, and if that's true, that's gonna be a nightmare, because that means that the only person who isn't weak to fire would be Yosuke on our party, because GA uses ice attacks. I guess we could just have the MC defend a lot, because that covers weaknesses as well, and just like heal when needed. But man, 2013 was Pokemon X and Y, FF14, A Realm Reborn, Fire Emblem Awakening, Ni no Kuni, Wrath of the White Witch. I played a good amount of Ni no Kuni, and I played all the way through X and Y. X and Y were not super great, but like they weren't bad as their first attempt at 3D games, to be honest with you. Which one of those won? Probably FF14, A Realm Reborn, right? Because that's when they overhauled the MMO and like made it good. Yes, is FF? Yeah, I think FF14 is the MMO, right? And I think A Realm Reborn was when they overhauled it to like fix a lot of its issues, so that probably won. Although I know Fire Emblem Awakening was pretty popular. Favorite? I guess Ni no Kuni. Pokemon X and Y were fine, but they weren't great. Not a contentious opinion there, but it is mine. Ni no Kuni won. Oh, okay. I guess I'm surprised. I'm surprised by that. But I guess Studio Ghibli, right? So, come on, slime, slime. All right. Pixie is getting XP here, right? Yeah, 16 points, and then she'll level up again. Just having an attacking skill would be really useful, I think. And just, like, getting a little bit more XP. And then we can attempt the first boss fight here with GA. Hopefully we can get through that today and then maybe call it a day.
Good one, Yosuke! You can... Now...
Hey, there we go. Yep. And Zeo helps a lot too, because, you know, there's quite a few things that are weak to Zeo here, because that's also the electric skill that Izanagi gets, so. Okay. Don't know if we'll get all the way. Maybe we'll have to save the rest for tomorrow here pretty soon, but getting there. Alright, let's go upstairs. I'll make a save state just so we don't have to farm out Pixie again, and then we'll attempt the boss. Alright, where was that set of stairs? Is this camera inverted? I don't think I can fix it. System config. Yeah, I think it might be something with YouTube and Twitch stuff, because like having both, because whenever it refreshes and does that weird thing, it doesn't show like recent Twitch messages, but it does show recent YouTube messages. Oh, that's cool. That's a cool little animation for changing the and then okay. There we go. That's how that's supposed to work. What do you mean invert camera? This is how it should be. I press left, I look left. I press right, I look right. I don't understand how that's inverted game. Okay. Okay, let me just drop a save state here, and then we'll go ahead and attempt this boss.
Chie, are you all right?
Yeah.
Chie?
She said that red looks good on me.
Yukiko-san?
I hated my name. Yukiko. Snow. Snow is cold and it melts quickly. It's transient. Worthless.
Yeah.
But it's perfect for me. Apart from inheriting.
Yeah, I bought a Japanese PS4 because it was cheaper that way. And it always gets me on the main menu screen, having the X and circle being inverted.
Still.
Especially since, you know, you'll hop into a game and then it'll be the way you would think it would be. But, or the way I'm used to, I guess, I should say.
Yukiko-san's inner thoughts? I remember hearing Saki-senpai's too.
Yeah. This castle is probably here because of this Yukiko person.
Yukiko. Chie was the only one who gave my life meaning. She's bright and strong.
Always threw me off in first-person shooters as well when they have like the inverted camera thing where you like put your thumbstick up and you look down or whatever. I think the only game where it makes sense, or the only types of games that make sense, are like flying games.
Chie protects me. She looks after my work.
For some reason, it makes sense to me there, like pushing down on the stick or pulling up on the stick kind of makes sense, but I don't know why, but it makes sense to me there, but it doesn't make sense any other place. Maybe it's because one of the flying games I played worked like that.
Chie is so kind, huh? What a joke. What?
One of the Steam games I picked up on sale yesterday was a kind of ecchi game where to make new party members, you have like a group of girls and you create offspring with them, and that's how you get your like little monsters and like stuff. So it's kind of like Persona, but a much different way of like getting those personas. I don't know if I could stream it, but like maybe it'd be kind of funny if I could. But I don't know like how ecchi it gets, so I don't know if I could play that on stream, but sounds kind of fun. Maybe I'll just play it off stream at some point. It was like $3.
Oh man, is that?
No, let me see if I can pull it up real quick.
It's just like Yosuke. She lost control of her suppressed self. Now it's a shadow.
Are we talking about that, Yukiko? She says I'm protecting her. She says she's worthless. That's how it should be, right? What are you saying? Yukiko's so good-looking, so fair-skinned, so feminine. She's the one all the guys drool over. When Yukiko looked at me with such jealousy, man, did I get a charge out of that. Yukiko knows the score. She can't do anything if I'm not around. I'm better than her. Much, much better. No, I have never thought that.
What are we gonna do?
We need to protect Chie.
We need to protect Chie-chan.
That's
right
what I
now.
just said. Okay.
No! Don't come near me! Don't look at me!
Chie, calm down.
No! No! This isn't me!
Wait, stupid! Don't say anything else like that.
That's right. I'm the one who can't do anything alone. I can't win as a girl, let alone as a person. I'm pathetic. But Yukiko, she depends on me.
Oh, out of
That's why
those,
she's my friend. Never loosen
the
my
only one
grip
I've played
on
is
her.
Bravely Default.
She's
If I had
too
to guess
important
which
to me.
one, it was either probably Dragon Age or South Park. I'm gonna guess, or maybe Dark Souls, I guess. I'm gonna guess South Park one on that one. I know that's kind of a weird poll, but I think out of those, I think that's which one won.
No, that is not how I think of her. So you're just gonna turn your back and deny me again? But things are different now. When the time comes, I'll be the one left standing. You won't mind, right? I'm still you. Shut up! You're...
Oh, here it is.
Chie, no!
You're not me!
Chie!
It's coming! You have to use your powers to save Chie-chan!
Oh, the game I got, by the way, was Conception 2. You were right on that, by the way. It was Conception 2. My bad. Well, I guess I technically was right. It wasn't Conception, but it was Conception 2. But yeah.
I am a shadow, the true self. What do you guys think you're doing? Trying
It was
to
like
defend
$4.
the real me? Then you're gonna pay the price.
Shut up! Quit being such a pain! Chie, just hang in there a little longer.
Ha! Think you can stop me that easy?
I think she's weak to wind skills, if I remember correctly. Let's just see how much Zio does. I could have restored some SP, I guess. We still can if I in battle, but if yeah, I guess if we lose here, I'll remember to do it.
All right, one for all and all for one.
So see how much damage this does. But following up with an Argara might be optimal, actually. 86 damage there. Yeah, there's the green wall. Increase their resistance. Just go ahead and punch, I guess. And then we'll probably have Pixie heal in a minute. Just keep Pixie, use Pixie to keep Yosuke's health up. Keep bashing until the green wall wears off after 3 turns. Hit it with another Garu. He has it at Yosuke, means she's gonna attack him. Go ahead and defend. I'm neutral to electric with Pixie, so I don't need to worry about it.
All right. Wait, what? Okay.
Yeah, that does more damage than an all attack.
Why are you protecting her like that? She's nothing but a grubby bitch. How dare you? Here you go.
I don't think she upped her defense again, right? Nope.
All right. If you say so. Throw down.
Yeah, this is so much easier when I can manually control party members.
That won't work on me. Take this.
Sorry. All right.
Trying to think what
What a waste.
so the one thing we could do about Yukiko is we could give Pixie the ice skills, since the fusion for Pixie, the only one in the game, includes Jack Frost, which we need to get to level 12 to be able to do, because, you know, we need to be able to get to level 12 to get Jack Frost. So something to consider tomorrow, I guess. At least giving her ice skills would help us with coverage in general. It's not like she has a ton of like magic attack stat anyway.
Chie, are you okay?
What happened?
Still, I'm not sure if there's a way to cover Pixie's fire weakness before we do the Yukiko fight without grinding for a ton of levels.
What's the matter?
But I'll figure it out.
Nothing to say anymore?
I'll look into it tonight and maybe figure it out tomorrow. Who knows? We might just have to power through it.
It's all right.
But
I'll have to look at how that boss fight works again, for one thing. You're more than that thing.
But
He's right. I went through the same thing. So I can understand. I mean, everyone has a side like this.
Hey, I said that to you, and you said, "Oh, was that supposed to come from me?" Anyway. Yeah, for sure. At least defending will help cover the weakness and everything.
yeah, I kind of get it now.
We could just make ourselves pretty defensive and just like
A side
run
of
that
me
way.
I couldn't forgive. That I tried to ignore.
If we can, we should try and hang out with Yosuke to
But
get
you still exist.
extra XP on Pixie when we make her again, but I just don't want to. I want to hopefully grind as little as possible to overcome these challenges, you know? Because I don't want to just brute force everything. So as much as I can, I want to work smarter, not harder. Especially since I think I'm going to try and stream all of it. We might have to do some like Friday streams where I stream for like a few hours and just like grind for a little bit, but I'd like to limit that as much as possible. We'll see though.
Well, it's true that part of me feels that way. But I wasn't lying about being friends with Yukiko.
Like we didn't know that already. Hey, Chie!
I'm okay. Just a little tired.
You don't look okay at all. And I bet you can use the same power we have now.
Huh?
Hey, what should we do?
Let's take a break.
All right, let's get back to the entrance, though. It's dangerous around here.
I never said I needed a break. I can still keep going.
Don't overdo it.
It's not that we don't think you can. It's just, we have to save Yukiko-san no matter what. Now that you have the power, you can fight with us. It'd be much better for us all if you had your strength back. That's why we're saying we should go back and regroup.
But Yukiko's still in here, isn't she? If those were Yukiko's true feelings, then I have to tell her something. I'm not as strong as she thinks. It's because she was with me. Because we were always together, I was able to act that way. If we weren't, I'd...
Well, you need to get your strength back. Then you can tell her. Yuki-chan's normal. The shadows don't attack normal people. They only attack when the fog lifts here.
So Yukiko-san will be safe until then, right?
I'm positive.
Why? I don't get it.
Teddy told us that the weather here is the opposite of our own world. When it fogs over in our world, that's the day it lifts here. And that's when the shadows attack their victim. So even if we leave for a while, Yukiko-san won't be in danger until the fog starts to cover Inaba. I'm sure of it. It was the same way for that announcer and Senpai. Don't you remember how it was foggy in town on the days they died?
You mean they were killed by their other selves?
The fog usually appears after it rains. But it's been sunny lately. I don't think it's going to rain anytime soon.
Good thing they're not doing this here. There's constant days where we'll have like, we literally had like a couple weeks ago a day that was like 70 degrees out, sunny, go for a walk, nice day. Literally next day, windy, horrible, snow outside, don't go outside, actually dangerous winds. Oops, sorry. Apparently the spacebar is the pause button on the emulator. I'll have to remember that. But no, it was bad. I was back at my desk and I actually hit the spacebar.
Don't worry so much. We'll check the weather forecast first thing when we get back.
Weather's much more fickle where I live. You'd be much less consistent about when you can, how much time you actually have.
Yukiko's still here.
Imagine you just
She's
like,
all alone.
the weatherman just gets it wrong, and instead of it just like, oh, you get wet, like your friend dies because the weatherman got it wrong. Oh, jeez.
You tell me how much further we gotta go to reach Yukiko-san.
That's...
You don't know what's up ahead. The enemies might be even stronger. If we push ourselves too hard and get wiped out, who will save Yukiko-san then? We can't fail no matter what. Am I wrong?
All right. I'm sorry about before. I shouldn't have rushed in like that by myself.
Let's just go together next time.
No worries. We're definitely gonna save Yukiko-san, right?
Right.
Okay, with that, we are pretty much through the tutorial. Pretty much. I think there's still a little bit of talking about the glasses here. Yeah, this is where Chie gets her glasses. Alright, let me just skip through this then.
Whoa. What the... This is awesome. It's like the fog doesn't exist.
Why didn't you whip those out earlier if you had them?
I made them right now. You didn't tell me she was coming. It was all so sudden. Sudden.
Huh. So that's the trick. Hey, we'll have to stop here today. But you got...
Yeah. I think we'll also stop here pretty soon.
Yeah, I agree. I promise to.
Let's solve the case.
All right. So from tomorrow on, we'll try and come here as much as we can after school. And that includes days off. Hey, would you mind being our leader? You were the first to get this power, and you're way better in a fight than either of us. I think it's best for all of us if you set the pace of the investigation and we follow your lead. I'm cool playing second banana.
Sure. Why not?
Okay, we're counting on you. I mean, I'm more the advisor type, you know? An ideas man, not an executive.
I'm with Yosuke. If you're the one calling the shots, I'd feel a lot more comfortable about this.
I'm with Yosuke too. If you're the one calling the shots, my pillow will be a lot more comfortable at night.
Teddy, would you please stop talking? I'm really on edge right now.
Okay. You've been unanimously appointed team leader. Your days of pursuing this case alongside your friends have begun. Investigation team. Social link, yeah. Fool. So, Arcana. Okay.
Let's get some rest for today so we're ready for tomorrow on. And all...
Yeah. So at this point, the tutorial's pretty much over. We just have to... We now have the options to like hang out and stuff during the day or go into the dungeon. So let me go let a cat in real quick. I'll be right back. Alright, I'm back. 3 of you are having dinner. The news is on TV.
That's all for World News Tonight. Coming up next, the local news.
Hey, mind if I ask something? You aren't getting involved with any strange business, are you? What happened at the station this afternoon? It's still bothering me. Is there anything you're not telling me?
Anything? Of course I'm not telling you. I'm not telling you everything, but don't worry, it's not important.
I'll be the judge of that. Well, it's just been nagging at me, that's all.
Oh, what's wrong? Are you fighting?
No, we're not having a fight.
This isn't the police station.
I agreed to look after you. So don't get yourself involved in anything that could get you into trouble. Got that?
I understand.
And now, our weather forecast. Due to high-pressure fronts from the west, that sunny spring-like weather will stay with us for a while longer.
Is this lady the one who decides the weather?
I like how technically the weather lady does become the one who decides the weather. At least in Golden, right? The post-credit scene in Golden, where Marie becomes the weather person and decides the weather. And it's gonna be sunny today because I've got a very good friend coming back to sound soon.
She's not really deciding it. Never mind.
No, she's an ancient Japanese deity. The news continues. Heedless of the heavy atmosphere. Alright. Don't fight. Sorry. Sorry about that. I killed the mood, didn't I? Alright, let's make a save a minute. I'm gonna cycle through 3 save slots here, just in case. Oh, alrighty. Wow, it's been 5.5 hours. It only took 5.5 hours to get through the intro, but we have Pixie and everything. And we have all of our party members. So let me double check something real quick. Yeah, weak to fire. That's gonna be a problem. I think some of the descriptions on the physical skills are off, by the way. Like, some of the descriptions are just wrong or mistranslated. 3 and 4 both have that problem. Mostly on, like, physical skills, on, like, how much damage they actually do. It's not a huge deal, though. If I need to, I can always double-check that. But yeah. Yeah, the boss being a fire user and having both Chie and Pixie weak to fire is going to be an issue. I think the next 2 skills she gets is Mipatra and another attacking skill, though. Let me look a minute. Let's see. So, Pixie. Yeah, there's only one fusion for Pixie. It's Ouroboros and Jack Frost. Jack Frost is level 16, not 12. My bad. Okay. Huh. Oh, she's not? Oh, okay. Persona 4 bosses. Okay. Yeah, she gets Trifuri and Mipatra for Pixie, by the way. Pixie gets Mipatra when she levels up again, and then Trifuri, which lets us escape from battle at level 8. Could be kind of useful, actually. Golden added it? Ew. Okay. Well, that could be an issue, then. Let's see, what do we have with Shadow Yukiko? Persona 4, she drains fire, nulls light and dark. Yeah, you're right, they added the weakness, and they added the weakness but gave her more health. As well as, but they did reduce her magic and endurance, it looks like. She also has Assault Dive in P4, where she doesn't have that in Golden. As well as Mind Charge. She has Mind Charge in P4, where she doesn't have that in Golden. So this is definitely a harder version of the fight. Golden makes the Charming Prince a lot more spec'd into magic, where he's more of an all-arounder in P4 original here. He is weak to ice, though. Charming Prince is weak to ice. In Golden, he's weak to electric instead. So there's that, at least. For the most part, he's mostly the same. He just has some extra ailment skills in Golden. Okay, so there's that, at least. Yeah. Let's see what the wiki says for strategy. Shadow Yukiko absorbs fire, can summon Prince Charming, weak to ice, strong against wind. It's generally only advisable to attempt Shadow Yukiko when the Mario members are at least level 14. Fair enough. Where Yosuke gets Sonic Punch and Chie gets Mabufu. Which will be extremely useful keeping the Charming Prince down, will still be able to contribute to overall DPS. Yeah, I agree with that. I think we should try and get everybody to level 16. Long stream? Relatively long stream. Haven't done a longer stream like this in a minute. Where's my notes? So we're probably going to want to get everybody to level 16. Yeah, Bravely Default is good. I've played a good, like, the first, like, few hours of it on 3DS. I played the demo a lot, because that was free, so I played a lot of that. Had fun just, like, leveling up the different jobs and stuff. Where did I put my P4 Pixie notes? Here it is. Level 16 for Yukiko. Fuse ice onto Pixie. Yeah. And then it's also recommended that a protagonist have a persona with Medea to help with healing. Shadow Yukiko uses Aigen physical attacks when her HPs are on 100% to 51%. Once her HP drops to 50%, she starts using a powerful fire attack called Burned Ashes. Okay. I'll have to think about this a bit more tomorrow, but at least for today, let's go ahead and wrap it up. I can always think about it off stream too. All right, I already saved. Let's just go ahead and pop over here and I'll close the game out. All right. Oh boy. Well, thank you so much for everybody for hanging out, whether you come coming for Persona 4, or if you came over from Lupa shouting me out. I appreciate everybody hanging out and lurking and everything. We had quite a few people today. I think the most we had at one point was 10 between both YouTube and Twitch, if they're not lying to me, which they might be. But yeah, we had like 7 people on YouTube and like 4 or 5 on Twitch. So yeah, it's pretty good. It's pretty good for my streams, so appreciate it. And keep that up. Maybe I will actually get affiliate on Twitch. All right. Anyway, I will see you guys tomorrow. Hopefully, for more Pixie only. I'll schedule that stream out here. Now that once the stream is done, I can copy the settings for it, so I don't have to re-put in everything. That's why I haven't scheduled it out yet. But yeah, I'll be back again tomorrow, same time. Probably won't go as long. We'll see. I'd like to obviously beat Yukiko's castle, but we'll see how much preparation I have to do. Maybe I'll have to like just get close and then like figure out a strategy or whatever. Or we might just have to grind a bunch of levels, in which case maybe we'll do a stream for that on like next Friday or something. But we'll see. We'll see how tomorrow goes, I guess. So I'll hopefully see you guys tomorrow. Thank you guys so much for hanging out. Jeppo, Munich, Virgil, Craftador, Jason, Super Saint, Christian, Moon. Like I said, we had a ton of people today. Union, Lupa, Miss MX Plumberry, Plum, Lorenzo. Did I say Virgil? I might have said Virgil. But anyway, thank you all so much for hanging out. I will hopefully see you guys tomorrow. But in case I don't see ya, hope you guys have a good afternoon, good evening, and good night.
Welcome.
Thanks for the follow, Plumberry. See you guys.